wanga uThixo angabapha ukuphumula okungunaphakade. Amen. Honorable members, we will now move to item 3 on the order paper, which is announcements. We have received and processed the following apologies. Honorable Ms. N. Pinkonyeni, MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison, will leave early to join the NCOP program, where she is also requested to be representing KwaZulu-Natal province. The Speaker, Onen Boyce, will leave today's sitting early. The Honorable Mr. S.E. Hlomuka, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, will also leave early due to departmental engagements that could not be postponed. Honorable members, we're now going to announce birthdays. Honorable Ms. J. N. Kele, a whip of the African National Congress, will be celebrating her birthday tomorrow, the 3rd of June. Honorable Mr. O.B. Kunene, who is a whip of the IFP, who will also be celebrating his birthday on Tuesday, the 7th of June. Honorable members, we wish you well on your birthdays when they arrive, and may your days be fulfilled with all that you dream of and desire. Honorable members, the start of the month of June is the beginning of the Pride Month, a time where we celebrate the diversity of the humankind. And as we start this month as the members of the legislature, may we also be part of the celebration of Pride by ensuring that in our constituencies, discrimination according to sexuality is eliminated, but also ensuring that we support all those who may be attending cases where their loved ones were killed due to their sexuality. To all of you, honorable members, I wish you a happy Pride Month. Go on, love, and be proud. We will now move to announcements or report by the Premier, which is item 4 on the order paper. Honorable Premier or LOGP?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Can we do the report or the announcement later? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. We will now move to item number 5, which is the formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. May we give you this opportunity, Honorable Chief Whip?
Honorable Speaker, there are no formal motions and notices on behalf of the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. We will now move to item number 6, notices of bills and motions. We have received, honorable members, a list from parties of the members that will be doing their motions on behalf of their parties. I will go with the list first, and then if there will still be time, we will come to those that will not be recorded in the list of parties. I will give the Honorable Ndube Ncube, MEC for Provincial Treasury, LOGP, an opportunity for a motion. Honorable Dube Ncube. Secretary, is the Honorable Dube Ncube on the platform?
Madam Speaker, we cannot see her on this platform.
She's not in the house. Honorable NP Nkonyeni. Honorable NP Nkonyeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in a renewed effort to eliminate the proliferation of various categories of crime in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Provincial Executive Council resolved to host a two-day crime prevention summit, which will be held on the 3rd and 4th of June 2022 at the Olive Convention Center. The main purpose is to find lasting solutions to eradicate crime in our province. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Nkonyeni. The next will be Honorable M. Gavenda. M. Gavenda of the chairperson of SCOPA. She's on the platform. I've seen her. She's amongst the members that came early. Honorable M. Gavenda. Honorable whips of parties, you must have your members ready for the participation, but when we call a member and is not available, we know the rules that are applicable. We will now go to Honorable Gwala MP of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, I am here, sorry.
We are giving you an opportunity to do your motion, Honorable Gavenda, and we called you numerous times, but you can go ahead, ma'am.
I think there's a problem with my my gadget, Honorable Speaker, because I am connected. I am ready. I will speak now. Thank
Yes.
you. My apologies for that. Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day, I shall move as follows. This House, noting that June is celebrated as National Environmental Month, June 5th is World Environment Day. There are serious concerns about contributors to climate change, such as toxic chemicals, depletion of the ozone layer, desertification, and global warming. Climate change impacts in South Africa include changing rain patterns and increased evaporation, which increase the likelihood of extreme droughts and severe natural disasters, such as the recent floods in KZN. Hereby resolves to deepen environmental awareness in our communities on an ongoing basis, and particularly during National Environmental Month. Honorable Speaker, I shall so move. And my apologies, Honorable Speaker, I think there is a problem.
You are pardoned, Honorable Gavenda. I did say you were amongst the early ones to connect. The next speaker is the Honorable Gwala MB, the whip of the IFP, Chief Whip of the IFP.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the new KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Amendment Standing Rules states that AmaZulu King should not be given a guard of honor by the South African Police Services at the official opening of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature because the salute is not constitutional, as only select dignitaries, including the President, can be ushered in with a guard of honor. This House resolves, 1, to call upon the KZN Premier and the Cabinet that they must add the King's salutation in the ministerial handbook. This will absolve the government from all accusations that it is undermining cause. I shall so move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member on behalf of the IFP is Honorable Kaula M. Honorable Kaula. Is Honorable Kaula on the platform, Secretary?
Madam Speaker, he's not on the platform.
He is not in the house, so he falls off. The next member will be on behalf of the DA, Honorable L.M. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, just finding my glasses. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting of the House as follows. This House notes that severe storms and floods ravaged KZN during April and May 2022. Provincial and local governments were overwhelmed by the severity of the floods and its aftermath. And NGOs, NPOs, and community groups went out to assist residents, rescue residents in danger, provide support, safety, shelter, and food where the government failed to do so. This House therefore resolved to officially thank all NGOs, NPOs, and community groups who assisted our residents in our province during the floods and its aftermath. I shall so move.
The next member is Honorable Dr. Aikika of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that number 1, the late Speaker of the Amajuba district was slain. Number 2, the Denhauser Speaker is recovering from being shot. Number 3, an ANC eThekwini councillor was arrested for allegedly killing his predecessor to take his place. Number 4, the DA-led Johannesburg Ward 53 by-election yesterday resulted from a political assassination. Number 5, it is extremely disturbing that former President Mbeki publicly suggests in a viral video that hitmen were allegedly on the payroll of the Newcastle municipality during the tenure of a Taliban faction senior. This House resolves to call upon the Premier, who stood at that seat, promising to implement the recommendations of the Moerane Commission, to honor his word. I so move.
The next member is Honorable A.V. Khoza of the EFF. Honorable A.V. Khoza, is he in the platform, Secretary?
Madam Speaker, he's not on the platform.
He's not in the House. The next member is Honorable MC Shinga of the NFP.
Mhlonishwa Somlomo, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyokuphakamisa kanje. Lendlu yaqonda futhi yakuqaphela ukwehluleka kokusebenza ngokubambisana kwamaqembu ezepolitiki komasipala okugcina kukhinyabeza ukulethwa kwezidingo nqangi kanye nentuthuko. Ukuthi omasipala abaningi ababuswa ngokuhlanganyela kwamaqembu phecelezi collision akusebenzeki, kugijinyiswana ezinkantolo kubangwa ukuphathwa. Kwabanye omasipala abaphethwe yiqembu lenkatha njengeZululand noNongoma kuphucwa amanye amaqembu izwi namandla okumeleleka kwi-exco. Ngakho-ke le ndlu inquma kanje ukuthi ongqongqoshe bakwa-COGTA national and provincial mabachibiyele benze umthetho ozovikela ukusetshenziswa kwemali yomkhandlu emacaleni. Ukuba amaqembu ezepolitiki IEC nesishamthetho kubambisane ekuletheni uzinzo komasipala abakhungethwe izinkinga noma ukhetho luqalwe phansi kulabo masipala. Somlomo ngiyakuphakamisa.
The next member is Honorable S. Thakur Rajbansi of the MF.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move the following motion. Noting that the affirmative action policy had a 2014 sunset clause, further noting that this policy was critical initially, but 2024 will mark 20 years, calls on this Honorable House to debate the scrapping of the affirmative action policy as our born-free youth, especially of minority communities, are being sidelined for opportunities. Moved by Mrs. Rajbansi.
The next member is Honorable S.E. Manele of the DA. I want to bring it to the attention of the Honorable Sala that I note his hand. I said, if time allows, all those that are raising hands will be noted when we finish the list submitted. Unless the Honorable member is rising on a rule. Honorable Twala, are you rising on any rule? Honorable Twala of the EFF. It is on record, honorable members, that I wanted to check whether the member is rising on any rule and we could not get any response. Therefore, I go on with this list for the motions, bills or statements, and the next member is the Honorable S.E. Manele of the ACDP. Bishop Manele.
Sorry, I got cut off. Thank you, Speaker. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu kulandelayo ACDP iyakuphakamisa kanje. Ukuba lendlu ilekelele umphakathi wasemtubatuba ongundinga masipala izinyanga eziyisikhombisa zonke. Selokhu lo mphakathi wavota ngoLwezi nyakenye awunawo masipala. Kumaqembu akhona akukho kubambisana ngendlela efanele. Nomnyango wesifundazwe ubukeka ungenalo igalelo elinamava. Inyanda nje izimukela nebopho lapha. Kukho konke lokhu utwayi lukhuhla umphakathi wakwaMpukunyoni. Akukho usizo olutholayo umphakathi. I-ACDP iyacela kuba lendlu ilekelele itakula abantu bakwaNkomo kayixoshwe. Ukuzikhulumela ukuze abangakwazi ukuzikhulumela badinga isandla salomkhandlu. ACDP yakuphakamisa kanje.
The next member on behalf of the ANC, Honorable MECNM Sibiya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the House notes that the ANC-led government is making progress.
Honorable MEC, is your video on?
I think because of my network, Speaker, I'm having a challenge. I'm currently in Mutu.
There was no pre-arrangement, but I will allow you, just show your face so that we do the consistency part. But I will allow you to go on with the video off, but show your face and continue then.
Let me try, Honorable Speaker. I humbly apologize that there was no pre-arrangement.
Usayoqhoka somlomo.
Honorable, let me see you.
Akagezile.
Ayikho lento eshoyo msimasi.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
may we kindly request that we allow the Honorable MEC,
Yes, the
we
MEC.
understand,
Oh,
we are
there
just
he
seeking
is.
for your indulgence. Ukuthi angene speaker without showing his face due to connectivity challenges. Thank you.
He has shown his face. He's shown his face. He can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip as well. Let me start afresh, Honorable Speaker, because I had started already. Honorable Speaker, this House notes that the ANC-led government is making progress in terms of moving families affected by floods, especially those accommodated in community halls. And that despite government identifying land parcels to build houses for communities that live in riverbanks, some residents who belong to ratepayers associations are happy to use certain communities as cheap labor, but do not want them to live side by side with their workers. This House therefore resolves that to support engagements with ratepayers associations and other stakeholders in order to enable government to use identified suitable land, state-owned land, to build temporary residential units and houses for the victims of floods, including those living in riverbanks. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me see. The next speaker is Honorable S. Nkosi. Chairperson of Finance, Honorable S. Nkosi, on behalf of the ANC. Secretary, is he on the platform?
Madam Speaker, is not on the platform.
The next speaker is Honorable Z.L. Aitele of the ANC, Chairperson of COTA.
Thank you, Speaker. Ngokusala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyaphakamisa kanje. Lendlu yaqaphela ukuthi umongameli wezwe, umongameli Cyril Ramaphosa, wamemezela ukuthi uhulumeni wezwe lonke uzofaka randi KwaZulu-Natal ngemuva kwezikhukhula ezabulala abantu abaningi. Uhulumeni wezwe lonke uyabuya uthi leyo mali leyo ayiphinde ithathwe esifundazweni. Lendlu inquma kanje. Uhulumeni kazwe lonke akafake imali ngokushesha futhi ingabisaba u1 billion kodwa ibe u7 billion ngenxa yomonakalo omkhulu owenzakala emva kwezikhukhula yenqalasizinda. 2, le mali siyacela ifike ngokukhulu ukushesha ngoba abantu bakithi basahleli emahholo abanye nemizi yabo istili isabhozokile futhi kumele kulungiswe nezikole nemigaqo. Ngiyaphakamisa.
The next member is Honorable L. Ngubane of the ANC. Honorable L.D. Ngubane.
Ngiyabonga somlomo ohloniphekile. Ngosuku olulandelayo lokuhlala kwalendlu egameni lika-African National Congress ngizophakamisa kanjena. Lendlu iyanaka the recent gender-based violence incident that has happened emndenini wakwaSibiya eNtandakuwela in Ward 8 at Olundi naku-Ward 20 under Ulundi local municipality. Ukuthi abantu abasha nabesifazane babhekene nodlame olwenziwa lezinswelaboya ezizibiza ngokuthi zamadoda kwabesifazane. Ubhubhane lwesibili okufanele sibhekane nalo esifundazweni sethu. Lendlu iyanquma kanjena. Ukunyusa umphakathi uqhubeke nokubambisana nohulumeni ukuthi uqhubezele imikhankaso ezinemicimbi yokwesekela izisulu zodlame olusukela kwezokulima. Ukuncoma umnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komphakathi oholwa umhlonishwa ungqongqoshe uMamkhoza ngokweseka imindeni ekhahlamezekile neqhaza elibanjwa osonhlalakahle ngokukhulu ukuzikhandla ukuxwayisa nokuqeqesha abantu abayizisulu zodlame. Lendlu ngiyakuphakamisa.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable TP Mthethwa of the IFP. Honorable TP Mthethwa of the IFP. Secretary, is she on the platform?
Madam Speaker, she's not on the platform.
The next member is Honorable Mne of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House shall move as follows. Noting that exorbitant amounts of human settlement budget.
Honorable Ne, is your video on?
Yes, Madam Speaker. No, my connection is poor, but I can just put it on for a minute.
Yes,
a second, so you can see where I am.
Do that, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Right. Noting that exorbitant, shall I just proceed or start again?
Continue, ma'am.
That exorbitant amounts of human, sorry, may I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Member, I did say you can continue.
Noting that exorbitant amounts of human settlement budget is being spent on private security to guard new vacant housing in the Gambusha area in Ward 74 in eThekwini, as well as other parts of KZN. We should not be wasting money that could build more houses on guarding houses that should have been handed over to rightful beneficiaries on the housing. This House resolves that the MEC for Human Settlements immediately hand over all vacant housing in KZN to rightful beneficiaries who waiting list. I so move.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable Singh B of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The Democratic Alliance congratulates the exceptional efforts of the Mshlanga Flood Relief Drive from members of the Mshlanga Mosque. Mulana Muhammad Vanka, Mr. Mukhtar Dawood, Mr. Mohsin Dani, Mr. Zubair Akunji, Mr. Imran Gora, and Mr. Khalil Modin, who have supplied millions of liters of water to residents in the eThekwini municipality. The affected northern areas of Durban after the devastating floods in April 2022 have also supplied JoJo tanks, and they have also ensured that the tankers were installed in various wards within the eThekwini municipality. Areas such as Phoenix, Inanda, Kwamashu, Amauti, Bester, Verulam, Mshloti, Waterloo, and Tongat were selflessly assisted by this group of individuals when the city of eThekwini failed to do so amid a crisis that left thousands of people without water. This House resolves the Honourable Premier of KZN to recognise the efforts made by these citizens.
Honourable Singh, please hold. Honourable Tyler.
Honourable Speaker, I want to raise a point of order on the information that the member.
Which rule are you rising on? Honourable Tyler. Honourable Tyler. You may continue, Honourable Singh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This House resolves the Honourable Premier of KZN to recognise the efforts made by these citizens who ensured that the affected areas received water when circumstances in the city prevented residents from receiving the critical resources due to infrastructure damage. So shall I move. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The next member is Honorable Dr. R. Virana of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice I will move at the next sitting of this House, noting, according to a recent notice from the Ugu District Municipality, that following April's floods, the list of pipe breakages increased to 90 in just the South Central region. That this is a 50% increase from the month before, leaving thousands of residents without water on the KZN South Coast. Despite the SANDF Operation Chariot deployment to the district, the Ugu Mayor, Councillor P.H. Mtiani, as head of the District Disaster Management Coordinating War Room, has failed to deploy the engineering brigade to rectify the situation. That we hereby resolve that due to this gross municipal failure, MEC Shlomuka immediately intervene to ensure the proper use of the SANDF resources to fix water infrastructure during the state of disaster. I so move.
The next member is the Honorable M.A. Kiliza of the ANC.
Somlomo ngiyabonga ithuba ukuhlala kwale ndlela ndlela somlomo ngiyaphakamisa ukuthi ukhongolose ukuthakasele kakhulu ukuba khona kwePhalamende lezingane endaweni yaseDumbe lapho izingane zithole khona ithuba lokuzwakalisa ukungaphatheki kahle kwazo ngokunjalo futhi ukuphakamisa idingo zazo ukuthi yini ezifisa ukuthi zenzelwe uhulumeni lapho futhi undunankulu wesifundazwe uPremier Sikalala ethule khona inkulumo enohlonze lapho ebezwakalisa khona ekhombisa futhi ukuthi lo hulumeni noka-ANC uzinakekela kanjani izingane kulesifundazwe sethu. Ngiyakuphakamisa kanjalo somlomo, ngiyabonga.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable N.M. Khoza and is the final member. Honorable N.M. Khoza, the MEC for Social Development.
I think I'm audible and visible, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, you are.
Thank you. At the next sitting of this House, Honorable Speaker, I shall move as follows. That this House notes the successful 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labor, which was hosted by KwaZulu-Natal at Nkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center. The conference showed the seriousness to tackle the scourge of child labor. Delegates included representatives from government, trade unions, the private sector, civil society, regional and international organizations, think tanks, academia and youth, and children from all over the world in the city. That for the first time, such a conference was held on African soil. Therefore, the House resolves: 1, KZN provincial government to act on the elimination of child labor and abuse, and to intervene and jump into action. The resolutions and exposed that slavery that have been exposed to slavery, which has been exposed to children. And I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable N.M. Khoza. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of the list that I've received from your parties. I did indicate that if time permits, we will continue with members that are not on the list. Time doesn't permit. I will now move to the next item, which will be tabling of reports or papers. We will start with the KZN Legislature Budget Performance in-year monitoring report for the month of April, the Portfolio Committee on Education School Functionality Monitoring Report 2022, the Portfolio Committee on Health on the KZN Mental Health Institutions Monitoring Program Report 2021-22, ad hoc Committee on Land Restitution Complaints and Other Related Matters on Umgungundlovu, Ugut, and Ilembe districts, the Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture on the first quarter performance report of the Department of Arts and Culture, the 21-22 report on the second quarter performance of the Department of Arts and Culture, the oversight report on Emanyiseni Library, and the committee report on the 2021 stakeholder engagement session in Umkanyabute. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables the report on in terms of section 1312B of the Municipal Finance Management Act number 56 of 2003, and also the Financial and Fiscal Commission review 2023-2021 annual submission on the division of revenue. We will now go on to the questions to the Premier. Honorable members, we are entering this item in terms of Rule 120. There are questions that were submitted to the Premier, and the first question is from Honorable VF Hlabisa of the IFP. You are muted, Premier.
Honorable Speaker, I hope I'm now audible and visible.
Yes, Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the House, I wish to start by expressing my appreciation for this opportunity to respond to the parliamentary questions as raised by honorable members of this August House in terms of Rule 120 of the KZN Legislature. This directly enhance accountability and ensure that we all are informed of what is happening as this permits that we deal with issues of provincial importance. Honorable Speaker, as you alluded, first question comes from Honorable V.F. Hlabisa, who asked, firstly, that since the inception of the sixth administration, how many Section 106 have 106 investigations have been instituted? Where and how many Section 139 interventions have been instituted by KwaZulu-Natal government? Of these, how many have resulted in litigations and in which municipalities? What was the cost on what was the outcome of all these litigations? With what cost to the provincial government? If not, why not? Now, on the first question, since the inception of the sixth administration, we have instituted 11 investigations, where the response is that there are 8 municipalities that are currently under Section 139B, and that is about which municipalities have been placed under Section 139B. And the 8 are as follows: Umzinyati District, Ufana Local Municipality, Inkosi Langanibalele Local Municipality, Utukela District Council, Itubatuba Local Municipality, Abakulusi Local Municipality, Umsunduze Local Municipality, Umkhanyakude District Council. Now, of these, how many have resulted in litigations? And the response is that, one, there is a pending, or there are pending investigations in 3, which is Zululand District, Abakulusi, and Umtubatuba. Should be noted that in Abakulusi and Umtubatuba, there are two separate applications per municipality. What was the outcome of all litigations? Litigations in respect of all of the three applications is still pending in the Pietermaritzburg High Court. In respect matter, the court ruled in favor of the department and he confirmed the decision of the provincial council. That is in respect to Umtubatuba. With what cost? And our response is the implementation of the intervention comes at no significant cost to the province, as it should be the cost of remunerating administrators only. There are significant costs, or the more significant cost comes as a result of inexplicable reluctance by municipalities to receive the necessary support that will restore them to functionality, thus promoting delivery of the required services to litigation costs that are thus incurred in opposing litigation instituted by these municipalities. The litigation cost thus far incurred is just under 2 million rand. I think I have covered all questions that relate to the questions coming from Honorable Tabisa, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure whether you would want to proceed to the next question, or should I take? I will take your guidance.
Honorable Premier, I will now allow, in terms of Rule 121, to call up for follow-up questions if there are any. Are there any follow-ups? Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Premier and Honorable members, I just want to make a follow-up with regard to cost, and specifically at Zululand District Municipality regarding the investigation 106, if the Premier can give us details as to what is the cost involved, because the case is finalized. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Is there any other second follow-up question? Seeing that there is none, Premier, that is the only follow-up question you have on that question.
Thank you. I will provide, I have covered the overall financial cost incurred so far. If the member would want us to give the details as per each, we can do that in the next session or direct to him. I know that I hear that he is asking for the Zululand district, and we can provide that to the member. Thank you.
We will determine, Honorable Premier, whether it's still a follow-up question or it still has to be submitted as a question on its own, because the substance of the question was not specific to each municipality. We will communicate with the member that asked the question and also with the Premier. We will now move to your next question, Honorable Premier.
Thank you. The next question came from Honorable B. Kwana, and he asked the question as follows: does the province of KwaZulu-Natal have a fully fledged and functional disaster management plan in place? If yes, is the plan suitable responsive to catastrophic disasters in KwaZulu-Natal? 3, if not, why? Then ask us to provide. Honorable Speaker, on the first question, to Honorable Member, Honorable Kwana, the province of KwaZulu-Natal has a disaster management within the Department of Protection supported by are reviewed at least twice a year during the changing summer and winter season. The review of the contingent plan is done in consultation with all municipalities and the sector departments in the province. The second question is the plan suitable or suitable responses to catastrophic disasters? I would say to some extent it does respond to catastrophic disasters. Given the complex nature of climate change, the successful responsiveness of the plan requires, among others, cooperation from all government and non-government stakeholders, including members of the public, to identify and understand disaster risk exposure, as well as measures of reducing disaster risk. This requires all of us to promote the risk avoidance behavior, or to promote risk avoidance behavior by intensifying community education and awareness campaigns, taking into cognizance the realities of climate change. Disaster risk reduction is everybody's business and requires everyone to fulfill their responsibility. Lastly, the plan is suitable and it responds to catastrophic disaster. However, the implementation of the plan is highly dependent on the funding availability due to competing priorities. The province does not have adequate resources to meet expectations at all material times. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, may I now check the House in terms of Rule 121? I think the mic of the chamber is disturbing us. Secretary, attend to it. Is there any follow-up question? Rule 121 allows for
Honorable.
And the preference should be given to Honorable Kwala. One question, Honorable Kwala.
Honorable Speaker, I wanted to ask a follow-up question. Recently, President Ramaphosa admitted that South Africa is not ready, as it should be, to tackle natural disasters. In 2016, the KwaZulu-Natal cabinet declared certain municipalities as emergency disaster management areas, and a drought season that affected many parts of the province and resulted into water shortages. If the Honorable Premier is so confident about disaster management plans in the province, why is that after 6 years, many communities continue to experience prolonged water shortages?
Thank you, Honorable Kwala.
The question, the follow-up, I'm not sure whether it does relate with the initial question. The questions were on disaster, and then the honorable member is saying why communities are still suffering for more than 6 years, suffering from water shortage. And I believe water shortage, if it is 6 years, would have been caused by the question of providing water through infrastructure and not the issue of disaster. And thus, Honorable Speaker, I believe that question, the follow-up question does not relate to the first. And therefore, I can, if necessary, through you, answer that separate from this. Thank you.
Honorable Kwala, the question you have to submit it is a fresh question and deal with the matters that relate to what you are now asking. We will now move to the next question. Honorable M. Kaula of the IFP. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I do have a follow-up question.
The follow-up question you raised, Honorable Kwala, and we have advised you on what to do, because in terms of the line function, according to the Premier, it does not belong to be a follow-up. I will now give you to Rule 121, which say it's giving the allotted time for minutes, and the reply to a question is limited in terms of 1-2-1-2 of how long the Premier will take. 2 supplementary questions. Now you are wanting to bring the second supplementary question in terms of Rule 2-3, nah? 1-2-1-3.
Yeah, I thought I'm entitled to 2 questions, but
okay.
If you shut my mouth, then I'll do so.
Honorable Kwala, you can, in terms of, in respect of each question, 2 supplementary questions may be asked.
The Honorable Speaker, the next supplementary question is, why is that the newly constructed or upgraded river bridges by this government costing millions of rands, such as Umhlali River Bridge, were unable to withstand floods in the same way as the old bridges that were constructed before the ANC assumed political power in the province?
Can you repeat your question, Honorable Kwala? Honorable MP Kwala, I want to determine whether your question is in congruence with 1215. May you kindly repeat your question so that I do not decide otherwise.
Yeah, but the question is in relation with disasters, Honorable Speaker.
No, I want to determine whether the supplementary question is or it's 2 questions, because it is determined by Rule 1215. So that's why I'm requesting you to just repeat the question so that I rule. I'm not there on relevance to the main question.
No, if it's not accepted, I'll ask the question through the media anyway. Yes,
I have given you an opportunity to repeat your question. You are now making a statement. I said, may you repeat your question, Honorable Kwala? You are now making a statement. You are now compelling me to move to the next question.
The question, Honorable Speaker, was directed to the Premier, saying, why is that the newly constructed or upgraded river bridges by this government costing millions of rands, such as Umhlali River Bridge, were unable to withstand floods in the same way as the old bridges that were constructed before the ANC assumed political power in the province? That was my question.
Honorable Kwala, that follow-up question of yours is not in relation to disasters. Now, it relates to a whole different subject that the Premier is able to respond to, but when a question has been asked, and not as a supplementary question. May we move to Honorable MP Kaula?
Thank you very much. I'll ask through the media anyway.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip of the IFP. Honorable Kwala's question, Honorable Premier.
I'm sorry, I'm not received the honorable question. I thought after this, the third question, the question comes from Honorable Rogers. I'm not sure whether it's me who represents the questions and their numbering. Honorable Rogers of the PD. I don't remember receiving questions from Honorable Kwana. Thank you.
Now, the one that speaks to 48.256 billion in irregular expenditure. Do you have that question?
Oh, yes. Can I quickly? Yes, thank you.
That is the one that is the question for Honorable Kaula. Can you respond to that question, Premier, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In terms of the question raised by Honorable Kaula, the irregular expenditure that is referred to, and that has been announced by the Auditor General, is not the irregular expenditure of this administration, but it comes from the past administration. It is an irregular expenditure that entails the holistic irregular expenditure dating back from the inception of the process of the EG. In that regard, we are continuing to clear the irregular expenditure through ensuring that once the departments are able to account on issues that would have been captured as irregular expenditure, but the money and services incurred were done accordingly, and the issues were about record. And therefore, all departments are in a process of ensuring the submission so that the irregular expenditure is finally concluded. Thank you, Honorable.
Is there any supplementary question in terms of Rule 1213?
Honorable Speaker, yes. Can I go on, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, Kapisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thanks, Honorable Premier, for the response. Can I sensitize you, Honorable Speaker, that the time is not specified for a member as to how much he has
I know the rules. Go on and don't
Okay.
on things that you are not called for.
Okay, Speaker. Honorable Premier, the accumulated irregular expenditure stands at 48 billion for departments, and for entities stands at 404 million. Of this, the very recent report from the AG is that our province accumulated by 9 billion, and which was the highest in the country. Some of the reasons cited by Treasury for not condoning the requests by departments are the following, Honorable Premier. The Treasury says that there was no remedial action and corrective measures by departments. 2, evidence of disciplinary action taken against the responsible employees is not provided. 3, submissions do not provide details confirming that no losses were incurred and that value for money was achieved. Then 4, details not provided of the legislation that has been contravened. 5, no supporting documents provided by departments. Now, Honorable Premier, some of the departments asking for write-offs from Treasury, and Treasury has refused to write off these amounts because they did not comply with legislation. Now, my question is, as it is clear, Premier, that some top officials are cheating their duties and responsibilities, there is poor oversight by political heads appointed by the Premier, the MECs. As head of this government, what steps will the Premier further take to ensure that KZN becomes normal on irregular expenditure in departments and entities? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
In response to this follow-up question, firstly, it should be noted that remedial actions have been taken in the number of departments. However, the AG and the Treasury would say remedial actions have not been taken in fact, and it is not that there are no disciplinary actions at all. There are disciplinary actions. Currently, there are a number of people suspended. Others have even resigned because they were facing disciplinary actions, and others are being prosecuted. So a creation of an impression that there is no consequence management at all is not correct and cannot be accepted. What is the Premier going to do, which I believe is a relevant question? The Premier, together with the Executive Council, established the Operation Clean Audit, and this was in respect of ensuring that we improve accountability. We are going to enforce the implementation of this plan, Operation Clean Audit, in all departments. Secondly, we're going to assist the department with internal control and risk management as Treasury in the public. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry.
Thank you. We will now move to the next question. Question number 4 by Honorable Rogers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Question number 4 by Honorable Rogers relates to the forensic investigation that was in relation to e-procurement tool acquisition. And the question with regard to this forensic, the response on when and why was the above moved from Treasury to the Office of the Premier. The answer is that the forensic investigation relating to this probe was initiated, investigated, and finalized while the forensic duty was within the KZN provincial treasury. The forensic investigation was not moved from Treasury to the Office of the Premier by that time. It was concluded, everything was concluded at that level. The second question, on the completion of the forensic investigation, why was the report not released? On the completion of this investigation, the report was issued to the former MEC for Finance, MEC Scott, during the month of March 2018. The second part, or the third, why the Office of the Premier failed to respond to PAIA application by the DA for the release of the report. The answer is that the Forensic Investigation Directorate is not aware of that particular application by the Democratic Alliance to release the report. Hence, we cannot answer that question. At a time, the next question is, at the time of the HOD of Treasury being relocated to Ezemvelo, was the Premier aware of the allegation of this official in the report? I must therefore indicate, yes, a memorandum was presented to inform the Provincial Executive Council on the appointment of Mr. S. Makagula to the establishment of Ezemvelo. He was not relocated, but he was appointed on a contract basis. The appointment was approved with conditions as stated clear in the Cabinet Memorandum and Resolution that it is subject to a comment from the Premier, which reads as follows. This appointment, this is approved subject to legal advice on the outstanding case that involved Mr. Makagula while he was the HOD for Treasury. On top of that, Premier engaged the relevant department and indicated that if the applicant or the appointee is appointed, he should then be taken to the disciplinary action as per the report indicated. What if any sanction has been taken against those officials indicated? The response is that the forensic report was issued to the Treasury, hence the question should be forwarded to KZN Treasury for the response. The KZN Provincial Treasury has indicated that the disciplinary processes against implicated officials are in progress. Have any steps been taken to recover the 24 million rand? The forensic report is issued to Treasury, and the question should therefore be referred to the Treasury. Thank you.
Any follow-up question to the question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the Premier for that response. Madam Speaker, I must at the outset say that I'm disappointed in the Premier's response. It really seems to be a case of smoke and mirrors. If the Premier knows that I serve on the Finance Portfolio Committee, and in fact these questions have been asked to Treasury, and Treasury keeps telling us that the report was with the Premier. So I find the response, in my opinion, from the Premier, that this is now a Treasury responsibility to be misleading in this House, because Treasury has indicated that the report was with the Premier. Now, I want to know, in lieu of the fact that the Premier is the head of the executive and leads this executive and keeps talking about clean governance and accountability, I want to know from the Premier here today, what steps is he going to take as the Premier, if indeed he's right, that Treasury is running this process? What steps is he going to take to ensure that the consequences of this report are in fact followed up and indeed implemented? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. On the first issue because the member has correctly mentioned, as it says in the committee, in the finance committee, should know that till the end of the fifth administration, the forensic unit was within Treasury. The report was presented during the month of March 2018 to the then NEC. Now to say the Treasury blame us or blame OTP and say it is with OTP, it doesn't make sense because the response was given to MEC at that time. Disciplinary actions have been instituted, and we have made it clear that with regard to the appointment of Mr. Makakula, disciplinary action should be taken on him by the relevant department that also appointed him. Now, we are going to ensure, on the last question, we're going to ensure that all of those consequence measures that are implemented, they should be implemented in a transparent manner where everyone will be given an opportunity to answer and decisive actions be taken. We are going to monitor that is done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my follow-up question then is quite simple to the Premier. Can the Premier tell us whether Advocate Mtetwa, the General Manager of Provincial SCM at the time, and Mr. Raj, Director of Information Technology, is currently still in the employ of this provincial government? Thank you.
Honourable Rogers, you are still on the forensic investigation.
Indeed, Madam Speaker, they are listed in the forensic report.
Okay. Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With regard to the issue of advocating Petra, as far as I know, it is not in the employ of provincial government. I would have to check the case with regard to the other implicated official as raised by Honorable Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the final question, Honorable Premier. The question from Dr. R. Virana of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question says the Premier had an oversight visit on the 1st February 2022 to Ukut regarding the ongoing water crisis within the district. During this visit, the Premier made a number of pronouncements. When will the Premier release the Ukut water management turnaround plan? That's the first question. What are the details, short, medium, long-term plans? What is the cost of implementing the plan? Has the funds for the plan been allocated? What temporal measures has the provincial government put in place to ensure provision of water to residents? On the first question, the Office of the Premier will release the water management turnaround plan on the day of the Premier's visit to Ukut district, which is yet to be determined. But this will be within the next month, as it had been initially planned, but was disrupted by the disaster in April. This is after the last plan, as I said, was held back because of disaster. So within the month or so, we will go back to Ukut. What are the detailed short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans? This is what will be entailed in the turnaround plan, which will be unveiled by the Premier on the day of the visit. The cost of implementation will also be presented during that visit. Have the funds been allocated? The plan will be presented with the funds being allocated and amount being allocated. However, we can say that, as the case may be, not the total budget might be available. What then will be done will be to start with the short-term, long-term, short-term and medium-term, and some of the things that have to be done as we go forward. But I must also say that with regard to temporal measures, the provincial government, through COPTA, offered 8 water tankers and storage static tanks that are 40 at its own cost for delivery and storage of water to communities. Provincial officials have ongoing meetings with Ukut district officials to monitor the implementation of these measures and other temporal measures. COPTA has proceeded with the following transfer in support of Ukut water intervention. 1, 16.3 million for St. Helens rock water abstraction pipe system replacement, refurbishment and repair of pump 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2, 4 million for the borehole program. 3, 6.4 million for the refurbishment, replacement of existing mechanical and electrical equipment and civil work at Umtavune raw water pump station. Further, the fully fledged project management unit will be provided to the district, comprising of a water engineer, a project manager, 4 civil engineering technicians, an administration officer and a stakeholder engagement officer or personnel. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Any supplementary question? Follow-up question for that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a supplementary question. May I proceed?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Premier, for your response. However, Premier, they have to say that this water crisis in the Ugu district has been ongoing now for the past 6 years. Under your visit on the 1st of February, you promised that you would come back and engage with stakeholders with your water turnaround plan in the middle of March. This was way before the floods in April that you are now using as an excuse for not releasing the water turnaround plan. My question to you, Premier, is this is 6 years of this human rights violation, and when provide a date to this House and to the residents of Ugu today, when will you come back to the district, release this report so that finally there is water in the Ugu district municipality? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. The response to the question has been made. The Premier will go back to Ugu within the next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other question?
Chair, I have a second supplementary question.
Okay.
Thank you. That's not a specific date, Honorable Premier, but onto the mitigation factors. In your reply, you say that COCTA has released an extra 8 tankers and 40 static tanks. That only raises the water tankers in this district to 22 for a population of almost 1 million people. In some areas, they're lucky to get a water tanker every 2 weeks. What I want to ask you, Premier, is in terms of water tankers and the provision of those to communities, what steps have you put in place to make sure that your comrades in the ANC in this Ugu district are not profiteering off water tankers and that the funds that are being used for water tankers are actually used as they should be? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you. I think the question has been answered. Firstly, the government has, through COCTA, provided water tankers, but on top of that, there are officials who are assigned by COCTA to monitor this short-term intervention or temporal intervention. Now, we are ensuring that there are officials who are there to provide support and to guide the process. But on top of that, we have started to ensure that all water tankers are installed, including in Ugu. We have emphasized that water tankers should be purchased and owned by government. Only because maybe it would be the short term where the water tankers should be leased, but generally, water tankers should be owned by the municipality or COCTA. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier, honorable members of the House, and the members specifically who also had submitted the questions. I believe that that was the final question on our question paper for today. Honorable members, just to remind honorable members that when you have asked a question, you are the priority to come back with a supplementary question. I'm saying this because it has been indicated that there is a member who would have loved to bring a supplementary question on question 4. But unfortunately, the person or the member who had put forth the question had the 2 options of the supplementary question, honorable member. But an honorable member may ask whatever you want to ask through the normal rules of questions to the Premier or to the Executive that are allowed in our standing rules. We therefore concludes the matter on the questions to the Premier. Honorable members, we are requesting the House to adjourn for 3 minutes as we deal with the housekeeping matters. Adjourn for 3 minutes. Secretary.
Order, Madam Speaker.
With the debate on the report of the Portfolio Committee on Education on January 2022 School Functionality Monitoring Program. We will then call upon the Chairperson of Education Portfolio Committee, Honorable Sfiso Sonjika, for 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. Good morning to the Premier and the members of the Executive. Good morning to the honorable members. Good morning to the public who might be following us in the social networks. Honorable Kika asked me not to fight. I told him that no, but Honorable Kika, I'm presenting the committee report. So it's not my report. So there is no reason for us to fight. The school functionality monitoring program was conducted on the dates of 26 and 27 and 28 of January 2022. This diverted from the norm of having the program during the first 3 days of school reopening. This was due to the announcement of the national certificate results by the Minister of Basic Education on the 20th of January 2022, followed by provincial announcements of the results on the 21st of January 2022. These two programs were of public interest, let alone the MPLs and the Portfolio Committee of Education. The executive was expected to account on certain issues, and the Department of Education was also expected to delegate its officials to all teams at all levels of the department. Based on these reasons, it was decided to postpone the program from initial planned dates. Honorable members are aware that we started, the program was a bit different this year. We indicate that over the years, the concept of this program of the school functionality is now much broader than it was initially started. It therefore encompasses other elements like school performance, governance, and management, parental involvement, school transport, and looking at other social ills that might be affecting the functioning of schools. We talk about the aims of this program. Amongst others is to ensure that the provincial schooling system is ready when the year starts. In this case, it was to ensure that 2022 academia, the department was ready to address the functionality challenges facing provincial schooling system, to ensure that provincial schooling system is ready to coexist with COVID-19 pandemic, to ensure that the independent school comply to norms and standards as prescribed by the Department of Basic Education, to address challenges facing poor performing school. I must indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that this January we included independent schools as part of our program, which we have not done previously, because we felt that the independent schools, they are governed by one act, and they are also getting money from this government. We felt that we should then include them in this program. There are issues that the report talks to. The emergence of COVID-19 as a pandemic affected schooling in the whole world. Wherever there is a resurgence of COVID-19, positive cases in the country, schools had to be closed to protect health system from being overburdened. A number of educators and learners had been infected by the virus during different waves, and some even succumbed to death due to COVID-related illnesses. In ensuring the coexistence between schooling and COVID-19 pandemic, schools should follow all COVID-19 protocols as prescribed by the Department of Health, like provisions of PPEs, mask wearing, regular washing of hands, ensuring social distancing inside and outside of classrooms. It then became imperative that before the reopening of the school, there should be certainty that schools adhere to COVID-19 protocols and did not become super spreaders of the virus. We indicate, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the MPLs who visited all the districts, and the total of 96 schools were visited during this period. Schools had been provided with PPEs like face masks, face shields, sanitizers, and among others. The majority of the schools reported to have enough PPEs for both learners and staff. They had even kept spare masks for learners who happened to have no mask on arrival to schools. It was observed, though, that most of the learners could not wear masks during school breaks, especially at primary school levels. We indicate that some of the challenges that were raised during this visit were issues of human resources, Honorable MEC, that educators are basic part of the educational system as they play an important and decisive role in the quality of education and how well learners perform. While there's a sufficient supply of qualified educators in most of the fields, there is a difficulty in recruiting qualified educators for scarce skills such as mathematics, science, and technical subjects. That's a Department of Education 2022 report. Most of the rural schools have challenges in recruiting and retaining educators in these subjects. If they happen to get these educators, they are either placed late or towards the end of the term or leave when they get an opportunity to go to an urban school. There are issues, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that are raised in the report that relates to infrastructure, that there are schools that continue to battle with the infrastructure. Although this report was and the visits were in January, the report had noted the issues of what was then called July unrest, that some of the schools were vandalized during this time, which eats to the budget of already battling department. So the committee then, for the purpose of this debate, met and agreed. We consent, Chair, that these reports came very late to the portfolio committee. It's an issue that the House will have to deal with because we are now going back to schools now in July, and the report is only presented to the House in the beginning of June. So these are the issues that the report raises, the issues of chemical toilets. It's an issue that MPLs are really concerned about. Some of the toilets were found not to be cleaned, Honorable MEC, in certain schools, and members are concerned about those toilets, but also those talks to the issues of the infrastructure. So, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this is a report of the committee of portfolio. We all agreed that these are concerns that have to be addressed by the department as we move forward to visit schools in July. We note the concern also by the department, Honorable Speaker, that the report, sometimes they are unable to fully respond when the House is not able to furnish them with the reports timelessly. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee, we can now move to our speakers. We are going to receive our speaker from the ANC, Honorable TV, for 8 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members, distinguished guest, Sanbonani. Honorable Speaker, it is with great honor to partake in this crucial debate taking place in this august house. I stand today on behalf of African National Congress to express support of this remarkable program, the School Functionality Monitoring Program. We owe it to our forebearers, where they say in the Freedom Charter, and I quote, "The doors of learning and culture shall be opened," close quote. The importance of education is well known, and hence it is always given a priority by the ANC-led government. It is at this point that I'm also reminded of an African nationalist and socialist who served as the African National President, Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, in his revolutionary wisdom. And I want to quote, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of our great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another." That was Nelson Mandela, and I close quote. In 2001, the Department of Education was introduced to ensure that school evaluation is carried out to an agreed standard. The National Policy on Whole School Evaluation, which aims at improving the overall quality of education in South African schools, as it uses both internal and external evaluation, namely the basic functionality, quality of teaching and learning, and educator development, curriculum provision and resources, learner achievement, leadership management and communication, governance and relationships, school safety, safety and discipline, school infrastructure, parents and stakeholders' involvement. As for many years, there's been no system and comprehensive material on the quality of teaching and learning or on the educational standards. Correspondingly, this important program, which was adopted by our People's-Centered Legislature under the stewardship of an ANC-capable leader, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, Umama Umakhuphela, the led in the forefront by the Chairperson of Education, my comrade, Honorable Sfiso Sonjica, in our legislative function in relation to oversight and accountability when conducting this SFM. The transformation of education in South Africa emphasizes the right of all quality education, as the education white paper present its first intent is to redress the discriminatory, unbalanced, inequitable distribution of education services of the apartheid regime. And secondly, to develop a world-class education system suitable to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Honorable members, we must commend the leadership of the Department of Education for their proactiveness in responding to the reality of COVID-19 and the recent devastating floods, not only for the lives of our people, but also the economy, and attempting to come up with innovative solutions. However, we are also cognizant that the department has encountered serious challenges, which has adversely affected our schools, especially the delivery capacity and the non-filling of posts, which continues to put a strain to those employees
who are multitasking to ensure that service delivery is not compromised where there is overcrowding, particularly in large enrollment schools. This problem is not easily resolved as the department delivered insufficient mobile classrooms to the district. Furthermore, there are no infrastructure budget in the district and no repairs have been done to some of the schools thus far. Again, asbestos roofings have been noted in the classrooms and schools, halls, offices, in most schools, which pose health risk and regrettably are delayed to be placed by the department. Also, there is a huge water and sanitation challenges in the schools due to aging infrastructure. Likewise, the continuous water cuts in the municipalities make it even more difficult for schools to access water, and the recent floods made the matters worse though. Water tanks also and boreholes are some of the measures taken to secure continuous water supply, which remains also a concern to us, particularly on possible impact on health and safety of our learners and staff. It should be noted that community members also add to the problem as they help themselves to the school water supplies, which must be put to an end. And lastly, there's a very slow progress on the school ablution facilities, and currently some schools still continue using pit latrines and VIP toilets, which requires a dislodging often. Honorable Speaker, as I'm concluding my debate, one would like to sincerely appreciate such targeted programs which seeks to deal with the core issues confronting our schools with limited allocated resources or budget provided to the Department of Education, yet has a huge task at hand. This painful reality becomes very evident through the school functionality and monitoring program, where we always take a resolution based on the condition faced, where sometimes those resolutions are not implemented due to the non-availability of resources. Hence, we continue to call for the provincial treasurer and our national government to really allocate more funds to this Department of Education in addressing the various challenges we have lifted up during our school functionality programs. To Honorable Mshengu, one must say to you and your officials, continue fighting for the betterment of our education in our KZN schools. We see your hard work. Siti Kubegani, tomorrow will never be better than today. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Olu. Now we are going to have a speaker from the IFP, Honorable TP Mtatwa, for 6 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the IFP would like to send its heartfelt condolences to families of the teachers and learners who succumbed due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has engulfed our country since 2020. May their soul rest in peace. Upresident we-IFP, Hlonishwa Ungocha, usitshela ukuthi umsebenzi wethu ukuthi sihambe siyolalela abantu, sisebenze nabantu, sibe nabo ebuhlungwini nasebubini, sikwazi ukubatakula. Ngakho uma umuntu la ebona izinto ekade zenzeka ezikoleni, yakenteza amazwi akhe masibona izikole zingalunganga. Ebese former president wethu emeritus umntwana waphinda ngene, owaqala ukwakha izikole ngenkece yayingekho. Wayekholelwe ekuthini lokho okuncane okukhona kuzowenza umehluko. Nakuba ke abanye mangabe bethola izinkundla abangeza ukubuzwa kuzo baphendulwe sebahlekisa ngokuthi kukhona abebethi half a loaf is better than nothing. I also say that because akekho umuntu ongenza konke ngelanga elilodwa. Mhlonishwa uKhilani uchief whip wethu uyathi akulindwane ilanga liphume elinye lingakashoni, kuqale kushona ilanga bese kuphume elinye. Ngakho thina we do believe ukuthi okuncane okukhona okumsizayo umuntu ompisholo uma kuphathwe kahle kuyoyakha iSouth Africa. Ake ngisho ke ngoba mphakathi sizindlebe zenu nangamehlo enu sizosho ke manje ukukhuluma sisho izinto esizibonile ngoba uma kwenzeka uNkulunkulu ethanda sithi makukhona abangenzi kahle phakathi waseSouth Africa nomphathi waseKZN awusibheke njenge-IFP engaba isixazululo seyinkinga ezikhona. The school functionality visit by the members of this august house laid bare the challenges that are facing our schools. This proves that more still needs to be done by the KZN Department of Education to address these challenges, which has resulted sometimes in incompetency, cadre deployment, and the lack of political will to address them. Issues relating to water, scholar transport, sanitation, and infrastructure have existing for far too long. Cannot continue blaming lack of funds year after year. KZN Department of Education has budget, yet it is failing to address all the challenges that have been plaguing our schools for years. Things must be changed. You cannot visit school every term and still witness the same challenges that we witnessed during previously. I remember a former Umbali tool, what Nyapuma kule portfolio, ngoba even in Kleleka I can write a speech knowing what is happening in the schools. In 2013, education officials were provided with deadline to ensure that all South African schools have access to clean, running water, electricity, and basic sanitation after the department published the norms and standards for school infrastructure regulation. These legally binding standards set the benchmark for provincial education department to work towards and against which to be held accountable and enable communities to hold government officials accountable. Norms and standards are therefore a mechanism for top-down and top-up accountability. Although the KZN provincial government has identified numerous areas of intervention as far as education is concerned, the role that infrastructure department plays in the development of school-going children must never be overlooked. Lack of proper educational infrastructure is reducing the quality of education in KwaZulu-Natal, and more importantly, the motivation for people to excel and see the benefit of remaining in school instead of dropping out. Madam Honorable Deputy Speaker, when members of this legislature visited Mdlangati High School in Harding, they were told that the new classroom that were promised to be built 10 years ago have not been built till today, and learners are using mobile classroom. The Honorable Speaker was also part of the delegation. When this classroom will be built, why Mzomuhle, Dlilanga, Nethezeka and Mkhanyakude are still using mobile classroom? In Washukela Primary School, promise was made that yard paving and 6 additional classrooms will be undertaken, but till today, nothing has happened. Are you not ashamed to make empty and unfulfilled promises, commitment, even in the presence of this premier? He said, ngiyamkhotha, ngiyacela nizenzele izinto ngoba lo madlopha ola uzobe seyomemeza ngami mhlazana sa debate, ngiyanicela ma-official. Bangenza sekukhuluma upremier. Small things upeva isikole. Anisabi ukuhlaza upremier enimthanda kangaka wethu. Angasiye. How much has been okay? Are you not ashamed to make empty and unfulfilled commitment even in the presence of the premier? The promise was made by the former HOD. He said, go out, went out, phoned and said, no, this thing is going to happen 6 months. How much has been spent by the Department of Education on mobile classrooms? I'm just mentioning.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. We are now moving to the
He said,
Chief Whip. I have to whip you. Let's receive a speaker from the DA, Honorable Aikikia, for 8 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker and honorable members, I greet you with the international greeting of peace, and I hope the Honorable Mshengo will maintain peace by the end of this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, all of us who visited schools such as Langani High, Moses Zikali, Woodlands Primary, Ziatutuga Primary, and others will know well what all the challenges are. Yet year in and year out, we hear during our budget debates how wonderful everything is. Hashtag Ingwe Oyashincha Mabala. But we know better because we have the opportunity to go and see for ourselves. The Education Committee doesn't have the opportunity to see more, but not enough, because we are often told that there are programming issues. With our core function being oversight, this is always dismaying to hear, Honorable Chairperson. If I do not, due to time, by the end of this, have the opportunity to say this, let me say it now. The school functionality program cannot be just an exercise that is performed perfunctorily with resignation, more to serve bureaucratic expediency than to accomplish the higher purpose of ensuring a better future for our children in our province. The object of this program is to resolve functionality challenges facing the school functionality in all of our schools. Mr. Deputy Speaker, each year we embark on this exercise, but each year we encounter similar challenges. Very little, if anything, happens with regards to what we raise. It should tell us that this is at best marginally benefiting the learners of the province. Again, hashtag Ingwe Auyashincha Mabala. Can we say that with a clear conscience that our visits over the years have been effective if we report on the same issues every year with little or no improvement? Do we believe that the department is actually taking on the resolutions and findings quite seriously? If so, I'm sure the evidence must be somewhere and the MEC can produce it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a quote from Professor Adam Habib. He hits the nail on the head with this one. Even though part of the quote may be very hard for some to swallow, the advice is sound. He says, fix schools, don't change the curriculum, get suitably trained principals, enforce discipline, exclude unions from appointments and fire incompetent teachers, declare education an essential service with no strikes allowed, establish an arbitration board for professionals and to manage disputes, close quote. Professor Habib was succinct in his quote, and he has covered two parts of what we call the triad of good education, namely good leadership and sound infrastructure, and the third being parental involvement. Allow me to present one example that should make your hair stand on end, MEC. This is from a principal of a school, and I have the report that I've left just there. The most disturbing, yes, the ones on his hands. The most disturbing event in the history of the school management took place totally due to SART-2 BEC, an unannounced intrusion led by the chairperson and secretary with a group of 9 BEC members forced themselves into the school, demanded to see 3 site members, resulting in classes losing lessons. This unannounced meeting went on from 11:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the afternoon. They forced themselves into the office of the principal and held me captive. Later in his report, he said the culture of the school, being a safe haven, has been destroyed. It's blood-curdling indeed when we hear these things from principals. The DA's repeated call to establish an entity such as the School's Evaluations Authority, legitimized through provincial legislation, to rein in the likes of this horror story, which is not uncommon in our province, which will make sure that schools are only dedicated to teaching and learning, have fallen on an uncaring government whose political ambitions seem greater than the needs and rights of our learners. My recent and unfortunately very short study tour a few weeks ago showed me how disruptions such as this in another province have all but ceased, except if they are instigations from those who seek to cause trouble for the department. Our job in the province, honorable members, is not to pronounce on the curriculum, but to ensure proper and timeless implementation. I do not want to dwell on the rigidity of the CAP system that needs certain ingredients for it to function. Sadly, those ingredients are constantly deteriorating year on year, primarily the budget. Honorable Mshengo knows this challenge very well, as will all other members who have come to the podium and will come to the podium. And we know all too well that in KZN, this year's budget will be 1.3 billion rand less than what was at the end of the appropriation last year. And infrastructure will need a further 1.4 billion rands to catch up and make schools resemble what schools should look like. So the focus such as human resources will be affected. Let me ask this question, Honorable MEC. Is 245 million rand that is being spent on COVID-19 screeners actually worth it? This function can be performed by EEIs, for example. These funds can be used to address the significant shortage in the vacancies in the department, such as the 4,089 vacancies that will not be able to be filled in this year. On infrastructure, a key area of the triad of good and quality education, it remains grossly unfunded. We know on top of the 189 ANC created insurrection damaged schools, storm damaged schools, some 630 of them and others. We know that the standards in schools will be affected because there will be a slowdown or halting of usual maintenance. We also know that the MEC made a commitment to eradicate pit latrines by the end of this year. However, if we visit some of the schools like Mapepeta High, which have gone back to using pit latrines, for example, because there is no water in the area. There is another school called Makaba Combined School, where there isn't even piped water in the area, yet pit latrines were built there. They've reverted to using pit latrines. And this kind of lack of oversight are because there are crooks in the system and there is no oversight over all of these projects. Again, let me say, Ingwe, Awishencha Mabala. At Ingwe Mabala Secondary School, interestingly in Ugu, there are flush toilets there and they've reverted to pit latrines just like in other schools in that district, again, because of the long-standing, 6-year long-standing problem with the water shortages in that province. Yet the Premier today stood at the podium making all kinds of commitments without real commitments. So these are the problems that we have in that area. Mr. Speaker, how do we remove the barriers from the paths of learners by the time they end their schooling careers? We can only do this if they become contributors to a capable and ethical state without the usual barriers of corruption in their way. The South African Schools Act was passed in 1996 and it paved the way to improve schooling. However, what has happened since then is the direct opposite in so many of the instances that we have seen. Can we truly say that the current funding model, bereft of equity in education and filled with archaic systems, has actually achieved something? Education outcomes need to change, and to change this, we must rid the education system of the current leadership that is at the helm of this. And to do this, the ballot box is 9. We must make sure that it is used.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can we now move to the speaker from the EFF? Honorable Ndlamini.
Deputy Chairperson, and all that. The education department is working under severe stress during this difficult period of great.
Honorable Zamini, would love to see your face.
Oh. How is it now, Deputy Speaker?
Nothing.
Okay, it's fine now.
No.
No. Oh, you know, I was just talking to the technical services.
No, we haven't seen your face yet.
What's the problem now?
Can we please see your face?
I'm trying, Deputy Chair. How is it now?
Nothing. Honorable Kaula Sang's keeper.
No. I think the technical services must help me that side because I've just been touching them, complaining that my camera is disabled. Yeah. I'm just trying it, Deputy Chair. Yes, Mr. Sabine, what must I do?
I think for now you cannot be an exception to the rule. Okay.
Okay, how is it now?
Yes. Now
Okay.
we can see.
Okay, Deputy Chair. Oh, let me try. I think my minutes are still remaining. Greetings, Deputy Chair, and all protocol observed. The Education Portfolio Committee is working under severe stress during this difficult period of great challenges at schools due to COVID-19 pandemic, KZN floods, and GBV. In these days, Deputy Speaker, schools, let me highlight this, are not considered, sorry, are not considered as the institutions of teaching and learning only. That both teachers and learners have to gain continuous practice by certain individuals who think that they are above the code of conduct for teachers and also the policy that governs the schools. As a result of this behavior, schools have low performance in their results. Deputy Speaker, I applaud the work done by the committee in combating the unpleasant situation at schools to normal. Deputy Chair, schools have challenges of vacancies which are not filled up yet for quite a long time. According to the report from the Treasury, I open quotes, there is no money, I close the quotes. Does this mean that there should be overload to teachers at schools? That there should be unemployment to qualified professional beings? That there should be chaos at schools? That learners should not get quality education? What is it actually when the government says there is no money to fund the vacant posts? The impact of no money is unemployment. Our professional youth teachers cross the province for jobs, yet there are vacancies in the province. Deputy Speaker, grade R teachers of this province are underpaid. After they have upgraded their qualifications, their wages didn't change. Ama-salaries wabo ahlale njalo ngokungathi abakabi nayo ne-profession. Asarrangewa njengabantu abano-grade 12, yet bona bane-qualification. Okubuhlungu okwenziwa yile department ezibekade benganayo nje labathisha baka-grade R sebe-qualified benjalo, uthola ukuthi okubuhlungu abanikezwa nama-pensions lama bephuma bayophuma nje nama-salaries akhathele. They do not enjoy the pension benefit. What provision does the Treasury and the department have for them when they retire? Deputy Chair, all schools do not azikho safe kuya vandalizwa izikolo zethu zonke. Uma sibheka kuma school visit uthola ukuthi most nje yazo kuyantshontshwa ngaphakathi kuntshontshwa everything. So everything is stolen, and sidiscoverisha ukuthi lokhu kwenzeka ebusuku. Ngalesi sikhathi sake ebusuku uyathola ukuthi abekho watchmen. There is also a lot of vandalism in our infrastructure. Lokhu kuvandalizer kwe-infrastructure kuyasihlukumeza ngoba phela vele izikolo zethu azikho emgangathweni. Zingekho nje emgangathweni izikole zethu. Into ene-construction, it's a process. We therefore say izikole zethu kungcono zihlangatshezwe kulokungabikho kwe-infrastructure ngama-mobile classes ngoba iyona nto ezawasheshela leyo. And masibheka lama-mobile classes as compared to lama classes abanawo, abakwazi wona ukuthi bangawavandalize kalula. The EFF recommends the deployment of SAPS during the night, but to areas of their jurisdiction. By deploying SAP is to close the gap of not having security at night. As the government doesn't have money, let those who are already on the system protect the schools.
Thank you, Honorable Zamini. We are now moving to the NFP Speaker, Honorable C.M. Shinga, for 2 minutes.
Sekela somlomo nabahlonishwa bonke nezivakashi nezihambeli kulendlu ngiyabingelela. Kuyishwa sekela somlomo ukuthi ziningi izikole ezishodelwa othisha abafanelekile ukufundisa izifundo ezibalulekile ekuthuthukiseni umnotho wakulesi sifundazwe njenga mathematics, science and technical subjects. Kusamele umnyango ubhukule uqhamuke nezindlela namasu okuvimba othisha balezi zifundo ukuba bangashiyi lezi zikole zasemakhaya baye kwezasemadolobheni noma kwamanye amazwe. Umnyango kumele ube nezikhuthazo, incentives, kothisha abafundisa lezi zifundo ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya okuzogqugquzela othisha ukuba bahlale kulezi zikole zasemakhaya. Somlomo kuyashaqisa ukuthi namanje kusakhona othishanhloko abangenalo ulwazi lwe-annual performance plan. Lokhu kuntula kolwazi kuzoholela ekutheni izikole zingalandeli umhlahlandlela nohlelo olubekwe umnyango ukuqinisekisa ukuthi izikole zisebenza ngokufanele nangendlela ebekiwe. Futhi kuyishwa nenkinga enkulu ukuthi izikole eziningi zishodelwa izincwadi zokufunda ngenxa yokungalandelwa kwemigomo ebekiwe yokutholakala kwezincwadi zokufunda. Lokhu kuphazamisa isiko lokufunda nokufundisa. Izikole ezinjenge KwaNongcoyi Primary School zishodelwa yimpahla kanye nezindawo zokufundela, nalokhu kuphazamisa uhlelo lokufunda. Isimo sengqalasizinda ezikoleni asikho sihle nasesimweni esifanelekile. Khona izikole ekungasebenzeki nezincane ezishodelwa izindawo zokufunda, kodwa umnyango awuzange wabele noma uhlinzekele ukuthuthwa kwamagumbi okufundela kwisabelo mali asuswe kwezinye izikole ayiswe kwezishodelayo. Kusakhona izikole ezikhala ngokusweleka kwamanzi. Lokhu kudala nokungahlanzeki, kuvimba nokusebenza kwezindlu zangasese ezisebenzisa amanzi.
Thank you. The time is up, Honorable Shinga.
Ngiyabonga Somlo.
Let's now have a speaker from the ANC, Honorable NPF Mavuso for 8 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members, distinguished guests. Honorable Speaker, this debate sits at a time when the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature is from the Workers' Parliament that was held at KwaHlanganani Hall in Esikhaleni, a parliament where workers speak about the bread and butter issues that impact on their lives and the education sector in particular. This debate is further sitting at a time when the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature has again held the Children's Parliament. The children who are the important stakeholders in the education sector. It sits at a time when the class of 2022 is busy with the mid-year examinations, which form part of the year mark. Honorable Speaker, critical challenges in human resource include lengthy process of the Human Resource App and the technical glitches associated with it, where some principals are not being familiar with. This results in some schools to be without educators. This therefore defeats the government's commitment that says no learner should be without an educator. The non-availability of suitably qualified educators, particularly in gateway subjects, the non-availability of the budget for the new and substitute educators, the delayed appointments in the SMT posts due to unresolved disputes are a huge challenge and negatively impact on effective teaching and learning. The challenges in LTSM include the delays in the processing of the norms and standards allocations to the schools, particularly the 30% other. And this is a challenge in reaching the universal coverage and results in some learners not to reach and to have textbooks. The textbook shortages are mostly experienced in high enrollment subjects, and the ANC consistently recommends that the department strengthens the implementation and the monitoring of the retrieval policy, and the LTSM committees in schools must assist in ensuring that textbooks are accounted for, both by the educators and the learners. Honorable members, the department experiences learner dropout rates mostly in the FET phase due to numerous reasons that include teenage pregnancy, poor academic progress, sickness, death, relocation, and family commitments. The resuscitation of the QLTC structures that intensify the partnership of all stakeholders helps in reducing learner dropouts. Honorable Speaker, the provision of nutritious meals to the learners assists in health development. It improves performance, promotes attendance, and lessens hunger amongst the learners. The ANC applauds the department on its improvement on timeous payments to the service providers. It is further recommended that the department ensures monitoring of the timeous delivery of the perishables like the fruits and vegetables in schools, as most principals process the invoices without these products being delivered. The provision of learner transport to schools assists in decreasing learner dropouts and improves attendance to schools as learners are no longer prone to fatigue. Learner transport assists in the protection of girl children against all forms of violation, as most travel long distances, particularly in the farm and the rural schools. Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress is applauding the department for ensuring the implementation of programs, the projects, and the campaigns like the following, amongst others. 1, the implementation of recovery plans that assist in curriculum coverage. 2, second chance where learners who didn't pass are given a chance to complete their studies. 3, the school-based assessments that ensure quality and credible results throughout the year, where there are pre and post moderations by the school management teams. These eliminate resulting queries at the end of the academic year. 4, the SAKE meetings and reports indicating all subjects, the number of registered candidates and the number of candidates with complete SBA tasks. 5, invigilation plans that indicate the state of readiness for the exams, including the November-December final exams. 6, chief invigilators and invigilators trainings and or workshops and formal appointments to such responsibilities. 7, analysis of results at all levels so as to determine challenging subject aspects for reteaching, retesting, and revision purposes. Honorable Speaker, the ANC further recommends that the department continues in ensuring that the values of professionalism, teamwork, empathy, fairness, honesty, and integrity become the culture in all the schools across the province. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mavuso, for saving time as well. We are now moving to the Speaker from Minority Front, Honorable S. Takarash Bansi, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, over the years, we do oversight on schools selected by the department, assisting the Speaker. The Minority Front, for these reasons, does its own oversight on schools.
Honorable Takarash Bansi, we are interested in seeing your face.
Yes, oh, okay, but must I start again, Honorable Speaker? Must I start again? Hello? Honorable Speaker, must I start again?
Continue.
Okay. The Minority Front, for these reasons, does its own oversight on schools, calling many times by those schools that face challenges. The oversight resolutions taken are not given a time limit to ensure rectification is undertaken. This Honourable House must resolve whether some schools will be visited every 6 months to ensure that our visits make a difference if we want. My recent visits to Chatsworth schools, for example, Tyburn and Crestview Primary, exposes the neglect by the department in terms of aging infrastructure and public escalation needs monitoring. Otherwise, all schools should be given their own infrastructure budget, not just the rural schools. School safety is of concern, and recent stabbings in Euro Secondary in Newlands. Here, we find that the School Safety Committee is not active. It needs to be reactivated post-COVID-19, and SAPS needs to be proactive. The need for school councils is imperative, and most parents leave discipline to educators, whose hands are tied as per the School Act. Learners need an aggressive in-school sport activities with qualified physical education. These activities will improve learner behavior, which currently leads to fatigue syndrome in educators. Finally, most schools have exorbitant light and water bills. The MF calls for these to be written off, and the Department of Education needs to pay these bills. Schools monitoring is essential, but weak policies that disrupt teaching and learning needs to be amended by us, honourable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Takarash Bansi. Now we are moving to the Speaker from ATM, Honorable M.E. Pagat. Is he there? Is he present? Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Greeting you, Speaker, and all protocol observed. The speech on behalf of the ATM. Honorable Speaker, the ATM aligns itself with this report. We fully support the program that ensures and guarantees the future of our children through education. Starting teaching of the first day of schools opening with all necessary resources provided will always be essential for our children. The ATM support the recommendation of the committee that the Department of Education be supported by all of us in mobilizing resources for infrastructure, learners' transport, as well as human resources. The Community Policing Forum, as well as the community at large, should be engaged to ensure safety of the schools, since these are their schools and their children. Honorable Speaker, the ATM supports this report.
Thank you. We are now going to move to ACDP. Honorable S.E.
In the name of Jesus. In school functioning monitoring program, ACDP noted that the code of conduct for learners is needed. Section 8 of South African Schools Act 84 of 1996 determines that the school governing body of a public school must adopt a code of conduct for the learners of the school. The code of conduct contains the disciplinary rules for learners, and it is therefore crucial to school discipline. Equally important is the fact that these rules must be properly implemented and enforced to ensure the discipline, education, and school environment. This implies sound school governance and the governing body that is well informed about the legal nature and consequences of the code of conduct. Another issue is the early teenagers' pregnancy among school-going learners who have gone at an alarming rate, and it is a serious concern in our society. Among other factors, the misrepresentation of children's rights is the main contributing factor of teenage pregnancy. Teachers, parents, and church leaders cannot talk to girls whom they feel they're in risk of becoming pregnant because they do it to tell you that they have rights and they can do whatever they want with their bodies. Children are aware of their rights and not the responsibility that they go with their rights. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mangnada. We are now moving to the Speaker from IFP, Honorable T.P. Mthethwa.
Mhlonishwa Deputy Speaker, angisho ukuthi cha besingxenye yayo i-report futhi siyivumile. Ngiyafisa ngingakaqhubeki kakhulu kusho ukuthi when we are in the committee, work as a team, kahle nje, when there are problems, we easily identify a problem and then siyikhombe indlela. I wish also to say when you speak to MEC, angimazi mayela endlini, but when you speak to him outside, and when I phone him with an item, he responds. Akufanele ngikusho lokho because that is what umntwana asifundisa kona. But I want to say indlovu ke ayikhohlwa. Inkosana idla ifa nekweletu. Ubuhle bethu high school sathenjiswa uformer MEC uKonyeni. Wafaka itende elikhulu elalingcengce. Wabiza umphakathi wathembisa abantu a state of the art school, and it is not there. Akekho nowazi ukuthi sikuyisiphi stage. Sisho ukuthi ke leso sikole siyadingeka kanjalo futhi Mhlonishwa. Kwabulalana abafundi eQantayi High School lapha ya eRichards Bay. Wafika uMhlonishwa wethembisa state of the art school sa 46 million nama class awu 6. Then nabantu lapha yane ngakufonela sasacela ukuthi akube khona ukulandeleka ngoba they are still crying even today. How long in governance? I'm going to governance now because I can't say we are speaking education, not infrastructure. How long are we going to tell the department that the effect of the moratorium of non-teaching posts has negatively affected department's operation at all levels? The critical posts at district level must be filled with immediate effect. Kulindwani ngoba iyona lento evula intuba ezinswela boya zigcine seyidayisela namapost. The department is to be blamed for its failure to hold teachers accountable. Teachers are dedicated to their work, but some are ill-treated, assaulted, insulted by other teachers who are alleged to have protection from senior officials in the department. The above information was alleged to be said by SATU District Representative Estengamena Primary School. What progress has been made in investigating these allegations? We cannot have a captured department and keep quiet. Similar incident have happened at Umlazi Comtech, Kwanongoi Primary School in Gunongoma, and Dalibo High School in Indwet, where a mayor was out, is an office full time as a mayor and also a teacher. Without any investigation. Umisimo sinje uzobona kothisha sebeyiphathela nje izibhamu ezikoleni baze bethuse ngazi ingane zethu. This is nothing but a receipt for disaster. Uma lemkhuba eziqhwaga nobhululu babathize ingakhuzwa imfundo yethu izolimala bese imphakathi iziphindisela ngevoti. Khuzekani ngoba likhulu liyeza liyanyelela. Singabambisana silwe nalomkhuba. Kungenjalo uma ningafuni ukulalela uyeza ungotsha. The IFP views teaching as a calling whereby teachers identify themselves as servants of the people, committed to changing lives through the principle of Ubuntu. Party promotes incentives meant to assist all teachers teaching critical subjects. It's hard to teach schools. The department started discriminating against teachers in the poorest schools by politicizing these allowances. But I'm happy that the department, I'm not happy, but partially happy. That lento rural imisiwe, but imiswa ngoba certain people were fighting.
Honorable Mthetho. We are now going to get a speaker from the African National Congress for 12 minutes. Honorable KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and greetings to all members in the House and those who are connected. In a book titled South African Schooling, The Enigma of Inequality, Nick Powell observed the following, that it is still the case that the life chances of an average South African child are determined not by their ability or the result of hard work and determination, but instead by the color of their skin, the province of their birth, and the wealth of their parents. This is in spite of the progress that has been made since the People's Government took over in 1994. These realities are so deterministic that before a child's 7th birthday, one can predict with some precision whether they will inherit a life of chronic poverty and sustained unemployment, or a dignified life and meaningful work. And the common denominator in all these dimensions is the fee status of the school and the concomitant privileges and resources that come with it. In 2018, 3% of South Africa's high schools produce more mathematics distinctions than the remaining 97% put together. And that 3% probably will amount to about 200 schools. And out of that 200 schools, 175 charge significant fees. And I will explain why I'm starting with this observation, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Fixie and Ladd, also in their book titled Elusive Equality, observe the following. South Africa's experience is compelling because of the magnitude and starkness of the initial disparities and of the changes required. Few, if any, of the new democratic governments have had to work with an education system as egregiously and intentionally inequitable as the one that the apartheid regime bequeathed to the newborn black-run government in 1994. Now, the point, Chair, we are driving here is that all the challenges that members are speaking about, particularly those of infrastructure, can be reduced and be understood in the context of proper funding that is required for the Department of Education. And when we provide infrastructure and sufficient resources that are needed in schools, not because we do it for the sake of doing it, but also to improve performance of the learners. A decline in public funding is likely to exacerbate these inequalities that I've been speaking about, since it will increase the resource gap between fee charging and no fee charging schools. As I said earlier on, Honorable Chair, the leading 175 schools charge exorbitant fees that you and I would not afford. And we at times make a mistake of trying to compare these schools with the schools that have not been privileged in the past. Because of these inequalities, Honorable Chair, in the 2016 Spell study, it found that in independent schools, 84% of grade 5 learners can do basic mathematics in accordance with the international norms, compared to the 67% in fee charging public schools and only 25% in no fee public schools. And therefore, Chair, as we welcome the report of the Portfolio Committee, we think it should be understood within that context of the existing disparities that we inherited from the apartheid past. It is true that some today who are complaining about the issues of pit latrines, of asbestos, presided over the government that actually installed those things that they are complaining about today. But we understand that we carry a responsibility to give dignity to our people and make sure that we ensure their safety. That is why, Chair, on the issue of the pit latrines, out of 131,377 that were identified in the province, we have eradicated pit latrines in 929 schools. In 287 schools, construction is currently taking place. And 108 of them will be done through the SAFE program led by National. And we are committed, Chair, to the undertaking that we made, that by the end of this year, the issue of pit latrines will be the history in our province. Yes, Honorable Kika, there are schools where we have pit latrines, where we eradicated pit latrines, but it is a challenge of water. And as you know, that water is not a mandate of the department. Schools are microcosms of society and the communities that they are located in. And when there's a challenge of water in the community, definitely the school will be also affected. But even in those schools, we have put what is called VIPs, ventilated improved pits, which are more dignified and better than the pit latrines that we have inherited in our schools. The program of asbestos, Honorable Chair, continues, but obviously the pace is determined by the availability of funding. It's not possible to remove the roof and not replace it because there is no fund. We'll only remove a roof, asbestos roof, if there are if there is a funding to replace it, as the case is with the schools where we have successfully removed the asbestos. On the issue of the safety in our schools, Chair, we have made it this point, and we continue to make it. If we don't win this battle in the streets of our communities, our schools will continue to be the soft targets of these criminals. The criminals have become so emboldened that they can even now kill the security guards in certain parts of our schools. I can count more than 10 security guards that were killed in the premises of our schools by these criminals who are so emboldened that they can take a life for them to get what they want in our schools. So the battle of fighting criminality in our schools is a battle that must be won in our communities, in our streets. It's like the battle of drugs as well as dangerous weapons. We must unite as this legislature. We must unite and call for our people to stop these social ills right where they originate, in the communities. in the families, because some of the things that children do in our schools, they learn them from the families. Some of them, they learn them from their communities. So we must not allow our communities to abdicate their responsibilities to schools. Because the next thing that you hear is that when there's a problem in a school of whatever, it's drugs or whatever that is related, you must change the curriculum. Those are the simplistic problems or solutions that we get. So this legislature must be able to unite and reclaim the street, or lead our communities to reclaim the streets, eradicate drugs, eradicate dangerous weapons, but also instill a value system that will be able to make schools to have enough time for teaching and learning instead of being sidetracked by other things. I can assure you, Honorable Tetwa, the issue of Kantai is being attended to as per our discussion. So we have moved in so far as that. But also, Chair, I do want to lobby honorable members to visit some of the schools that we have attended to as department. We have produced this particular document, which we will share with honorable members electronically, where we are detailing a number of schools where we think represent the best schools that we can find in KwaZulu-Natal. Amongst them will be Opolela High School in Herikwala, Spumelele in High School in King Cetwayo, Cosmo Primary in Mkungundlovu, Woye Secondary in Mkanyagude, Pumelele High School in Mzinyati, Kwaminya Primary in Utugela. It's a list of them, which we also want to lobby this legislature that in the next visit, they can also visit some of these schools so that there is a balanced picture that is painted in society about the challenges that we face as a department and as an education system, but also the progress we have made in turning some of our schools into schools that are fit for purpose. And that is what we also want to lobby this legislature to undertake. Chair, we know that there's also an issue that has been raised about LTSM supply. I want to repeat what I said, Chair, in the budget speech. There are schools that have Section 21C function, which are abusing it. And we have taken a firm stand that we are going to withdraw those functions so that we protect the learners. Because when the LTSM is not delivered, it is the learners who suffer. And as head office will not allow that. But obviously this process will be undertaken based on evidence that a particular school has failed over the years to provide or to make sure that LTSM is provided well on time, as it is happening with the LTSM that is procured centrally. So we are not going to move and be shaken on that, but as I'm saying, it will be based on the evidence that is presented to the committee, to the department. The last point, Chair, is on function shift on the ECD, which now rests with the department, which is part of improving the education system of a child, right from the early ages to the exit point. And we believe that if we can get things right at an ECD level, it will be easy for us to avoid the huge expenditure that we incur on matric intervention program. So we want now to get things right. And obviously, with the function now resting with Department of Education, there are a number of transitional arrangements which we need to finalize. Some of them will be difficult, but we are prepared to soldier on to make sure that the future of our kids in South Africa, in KwaZulu-Natal, particularly the African child, is in the safe hand. Thank you so much, Chair.
Our last speaker, Honorable Sonjeka, for 5 minutes.
Ngiyabonga Sekela Somlomo. Thank you, honorable members who participated in the debate. Cishe wonke amalunga ade khona la amanye kuvelile ukuthi awayifundanga le report esikhuluma ngayo. ngoba uyabona nje umhlonishwa uxolo ukukhulume kahle wakhuluma ngezinto ezibhalwe kwi-report. Manje ke kade sawanika ama-members somlomo le report ukuthi ayilungiselele le debate. So amanye nje ayikhulumela ama-issues angayikho kule report esikhuluma ngayo. So ngeke ke ngigxile kuwona. Siyabonga mhlonishwa uxulu siyabonga na kumhlonishwa uNyambose ngoba ushilo ukuthi lokho okuncane sikwenzayo kufanele kubongwe. Ngoba ngeke kuxazulule zonke inkinga ze-apartheid ngesuku olulodwa. Umbono omuhle lo siwuncomayo. Mhlonishwa uKika, your hatred of SATU, please don't drag the committee into it. Because there are so many unions in this sector. You seem to have some hatred of SATU. I don't know whether because they are a biggest union, but we can't be dragged into it. All unions are important in the sector. And that matter you are dealing with, you singling out, we know that as a committee we have attended to it, and I'm aware that SATU is also attending to the matter in terms of their issue. So we can't be hating SATU for that reason. Mhlonishwa uShinga siyabonga. Mhlonishwa uMavuso, ngiyavumelana nawe mhlonishwa uMshengu. Kuzofanele sivakashele lezi ezinye izikole, ezinye sayivakashela ukuthi asibasabuya sizosho ukuthi sifike kukuhle kangakanani lapha. You know, we went to a school in Zululand with Honorable Kika, with Honorable Kaula and other members. There is a school called Bambanani. It's a beautiful school. Beautiful, fully equipped with new technology. But there's a challenge of the management of the schools. We are not getting results, not because the department is not provided. There's an issue that you are raising. So I'm saying, ngiyavumelana na ukuthi masike saya kulezi ezinye sathola kukuhle. Asibuye sincome phela ukuthi cha indawo ethile sekulungile ukuze kuqhutshele kwenye indawo. Ubaba uphakathi ngiyavumelana naye baba Manqele i-department kuyakhombisa kodwa ukuthi uyifundile ubaba uphakathi i-report ngoba ukhuluma ngezinto ezekuyi-report okufanele kubhekanwe nazo. Ziningi inkinga ngiyavumelana nawe baba Manqele, ezinye zeinkinga yilezi eyisho baba uMshengu ongazona ngempela eze-department nozothisha njengokukhulelwa kwezingane. Yinto sokufanele sonke siwumphakathi njengamalungu esishayamthetho sibone ukuthi singenelela kanjani ukuze zingakhulelwa izingane ezikoleni. Mase uyifinda imbiko uyathola ukuthi ikhona inkinga yokuthi izingane zizodwa ikhuleliswane ikakhulukazi inamba eningi ukuthi zikhulelisana zincane zona izingane. So okuchaza ukuthi ikhona inkinga ekhona emphakathini wethu okufanele nathi njengamalungu esishayamthetho sibone ukuthi singenelela kanjani kulezo zimo lezo. Bamshengu acishe uyigoqe zonke izinto ezibalekile ekuthenini yini ingqinamba amalunga njobe lokho eyiveza kuyavela ukuthi khona la xazuleka khona. So ngeke siye khathala ukuveza baba uMshengu la sibone ukuthi kukhona kwezinye izimo kufanele ningenelele ngokusheshsha, ezinye ziyi long term. Kodwa enye into eshoyo i-report amalunga meyifundisisa ithi ikomiti namalungu esishayamthetho kufanele enze konke ongakwenza ukusiza i-department ukuthi ithole imali. It's in the report. It's not about ukuthi nje siyagxeka kuphela kodwa sithi njengesishayamthetho kuzofanele kubonwe ukuthi singenelela kanjani ukulekelela lo mnyango ukuthi unikwe imali ezifanele ukuze kuxazululeke inkinga. Ngiyabonga kakhulu somlomo.
Sibonga. Awusonje. That brings us to the end of the debate. We are now going to move to the debate on the mental health institutions, starting with the chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee, Honorable N.R. Majola.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Executive, Honorable Members, and all. On the 3rd of February 2022, the Portfolio Committee on Health visited Northdale Hospital. The visit included a brief tour of the psychiatric ward. The psychiatric ward accommodates 10 beds, and its primary focus is the observation and assessment of mental health patients for 72 hours. The following irregularities were noted on this visit. 1. The mental health care users were being kept in this unit for more than 72 hours that is being allocated to them. Second one, there were 38 patients, and of these 19 needed to be transferred. Due to the large number of mental health care users, to treat psychiatric patients in the general ward. Medical nurses who are not trained in the treatment and care of psychiatric patients are not well equipped to treat these patients. Challenges noted with the referrals as challenges were noted with the referrals as the high level of care. Hospitals would report a shortage of space in their facilities. Human resource challenges, especially with psychiatric nurses, as well as the infrastructure challenges. This then prompted the committee to visit the referral psychiatric hospital. The following hospitals were therefore visited: Town Hill Psychiatric Hospital, Madadeni Hospital, Fort Napier Hospital, and recently Umzimkhulu Psychiatric Hospital. In all these facilities that were visited, it was clear that while there are legislations and guidelines for mental health management, there are still challenges related to the implementation thereof. Overarching challenges that need urgent attention include the lack of adequate skills in most of these facilities, infrastructure challenges, state versus involuntary patients, stigma and discrimination, and low budgeting for the mental health care management. Addressing the social determinants of mental health requires collaboration between the health sector and several other sectors, including education, social development, labor, criminal justice, human settlements, and non-governmental organizations. It was for this reason that the Portfolio Committee on Health invited portfolio committees on education, social development, and quality of life. These portfolio committees were invited to collaborate and devise a consolidated response to the current mental health challenges. Human resource. Psychiatric nurses constitute a fundamental part of mental health care. These nurses are often females and tasked with managing violent male patients. This results in a state of physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion, which is also associated with long-term involvement in work situations that are emotionally demanding. Mental health management requires a multidisciplinary team approach, which often consists of psychiatrists, clinical nurse specialists, psychologists, social workers, occupational therapists, etc. In hospitals that were visited, it was found that this team of specialists was inadequate for the number of patients requiring treatment. This was evident in the case of Madadeni Hospital, where there was a gross shortage of occupational therapists and production therapists. The multidisciplinary team approach is necessary because of different expertise combine their skills to tackle complex and challenging mental health conditions. Without these skills, assessment might not be complete, and thus outcomes and recommendations must be incorrect. It is paramount that the recruitment of the multidisciplinary teams be prioritized, as this would also strengthen the mental health community outreach. A lack of adequate skills in most facilities visited was also reported, where nurses with no special psychiatric training were expected to deliver psychiatric services. It was commended to see most psychiatric hospitals having appointed the review board members, and this is encouraged. The committee encourages the department to ensure that even hospital boards are in place, infrastructure. In the aftermath of apartheid, South Africa has inherited a fragmented, under-resourced and inequitable public sector mental health services. In Umgungundlovu district, there are 2 hospitals which were visited that are still managed by Amafa Stroke Heritage. These buildings are old and strict rules and regulations to renovate them. They are often not compliant with norms and standards as outlined in the Mental Health Care Act 17 of 2002. The Department of Arts and Culture, together with the Department of Health in KZN, are encouraged to have a discussion to accommodate each and others to improve the infrastructure on Amafa and heritage buildings. Hospitals reported inadequate wards. The design of the wards was not according to their specification, norms and standards and guidelines. Some of the wards do not have a proper ventilation system and air conditioners. Windows and doors were suited to keep mental health care users. Some wards did not have adequate seclusion rooms and maintenance. Therefore, the state versus involuntary patients. A state patient is a patient that is classified by court directive in terms of Section 77 or 78 of the Criminal Procedure Act. When it appears to a court that due to a mental illness and accused, the person is incapable of understanding the proceedings, that is Section 77, or incapable of appreciating the wrongfulness of his or her actions, that is Section 78, then the court is obliged to refer that patient for observation. Now the challenge is that with state patients, experts must be unanimous in their findings and not contradicted by either the prosecutor or the accused. In this case, the court can determine the matter based on the reports without hearing further evidence. But where findings are not unanimous, or if ununanimous, the matter after hearing of the evidence. Obviously, there are a lot of considerations and qualifications that would be considered, and as such, the process would then often take longer. These patients would stay longer as court processes are taking place and thus taking more space in these facilities. While it was reported that the Department of Justice would pay for each and every patient, thus those funds are deposited in a piecemeal fashion to the Department of Health. This cripples the department budget and thus does not serve the purpose it was meant for. Involuntary mental health care users is a person receiving involuntary care, treatment and rehabilitation. These are patients that are incapable of making informed decisions due to their mental health status and who refuse health intervention but require such services for their own protection or for the protection of the others. The stigma and discrimination emanates from the lack of understanding of mental disorders and to some extent a social and cultural perspective. In some communities, mental disorders are associated with witchcraft and bad omens. This then becomes a stumbling block for integrating mental health users with their families and communities. The challenge that most facilities are faced with is that even though a patient is ready to go home, their family and community members are not willing to accept them back in their lives. This will lead to patients defaulting and coming back to the facility. Town Hill Hospital reported this as a revolving door syndrome. As they discharge the patients, they would be aggravated from their communities and the families, relapse and come back for the admission. This is often because of rejection experienced by the mental health care users. It is acknowledged that the department is striving for mental health awareness campaigns. It is the submission of the committee that greater educational awareness and community-based mental health services campaigns must be strengthened. This would alleviate the burden experienced in these facilities. Maximum support should be provided to families and care users of those with mental illness to broaden the network of support and care. COVID-19, the implementation of lockdowns, isolation and quarantines has introduced unintended alarming threats to mental health amongst population. Essential COVID-19 responses have been implemented to slow the spread of the virus, including lockdowns, isolations, and quarantines. While the implementation of these measures was prudent to curb the rapid spread of COVID.
Thank you, Honorable Nomakiki.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Let's receive a speaker from the ANC, Honorable Mavuso, for 8 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the burden of disease due to mental disorders continues to rise and cause a large proportion of morbidity and increased mortality. South Africa is committed to achieving universal health coverage and has embarked on the implementation of a national health insurance system to attain this goal. Universal health coverage embraces the Sustainable Development Goals, which include mental health in parity with general health in the Declaration and in Health Targets 3.4 and 3.8. It was therefore because of this reason that the Health Portfolio Committee, led by the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Nomakiki Majola, had to play its oversight role and continue to advance the priorities of the department, which are a clear indication of the African National Congress Manifesto's commitment in ensuring that there is better life for all and ensuring that mental health commitments are achieved. In order to achieve the human resources, hospitals shall maintain adequate number of type of staff to maintain a safe and therapeutic milieu. Now, due to staff moratorium in most hospitals that we visited, it was reported that there is a gross shortage of human resource in the hospitals, especially with mental health management. While there are professionals with psychiatric qualifications, most of them are not trained to manage forensic mental health users, especially those that are dangerous and violent. In King Dinuzulu Hospital, for instance, it was reported that currently there is no approved organogram aligned to the package of services at the institution. The hospital is operating with inadequate staff. Some departments were commissioned without staff. Resources were pulled from existing services. Phase 2 staffing from the commissioning is not implemented due to budgetary constraints. In Fort Napier, Deputy Speaker, it was reported that in terms of hospital executive management, the posts of the hospital CEO, chief psychiatrists, and monitoring and evaluation managers were vacant, and there were people acting on them. The hospital has 5 social workers that assess clients' needs, family back groups, and make recommendations. Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the norm on infrastructure is that there should be 28 beds for acute psychiatric care per 100,000 population and 10 beds for medium long stay psychiatric care per 100,000 population. Now the situation in Mgungundlovu is such that the district alone should have 307 acute psychiatric beds and 110 medium long stay psychiatric beds. Currently, the district has 96 acute psychiatric beds. In terms of medium long stay psychiatric beds, the district has 117 beds, which are all based at the Town Hill Hospital. These are more than adequate considering the norms and standard. It is therefore for this reason that there is a long list of acute patients from referral hospitals as the hospital is full to capacity. In order to improve mental health services in Mgungundlovu alone, the district would require more staff to be added on already depleting numbers. Over and above human resources, the infrastructure would also need to be upgraded. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the visit at Fort Napier Hospital, it was reported that they have commissioned 450 beds with 370 usable beds. The hospital had 305 mental health care users. Of these, 294 were males and 11 were females. It was also reported that there were 152 patients that took leave of absence. If all these patients would be in the facility at once, there will be 457, which is above the number of beds that are commissioned in the hospital. This therefore depicts the shortage of beds in psychiatric hospitals and the need to increase this. The Portfolio Committee commends the department for a purpose-built ward which is well designed with a specialist furniture at Dr. Pixie Kaisagaseme Memorial Hospital. This ward was reported to have 28 beds, and of these, 9 are female and 17 are males, with 2 that are seclusion rooms. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the mental health disorders among children are described as serious changes in the way children typically learn, behave, or handle their emotions, which cause distress and problems getting through the day. In Town Hill Hospital, there is a children and adolescents ward which accommodates children from the ages of 7 to 17. The ward has 8 allocated beds. These children would often break away from the school activities, and this was of great concern as they would miss some of their school lessons. The Department of Education, together with the Department of Health, need to collaborate and come up with great interventions for the children so that they do not lose out on their schoolwork. The mental health care users are often admitted for longer periods than other patients, twice as long as other patients at district hospitals. At the regional and tertiary hospitals, their admissions lasted around 6 to 8 times longer. At central hospitals, they spent almost 5 times longer. The budget for mental health care is, however, not aligned to services offered. In the 2022-23 financial year, 985 million, which is 1.9%, has been allocated for KwaZulu-Natal Health, which is not adequate for servicing psychiatric hospitals. It is therefore said by the African National Congress that it is recommended that the department prioritizes mental health facilities and increase their funding. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mavuso. We are now moving to a speaker from the IFP, Honorable TJ Kumete.
Thank you, Deputy. Special greetings to the opposition, honorable MECs present, honorable members in the various platforms, guests, and community at large. I would like to thank our portfolio committee chair.
Honorable Kumete, if I can disturb you. Honorable Kumete.
Yes.
Awubonike.
Thank you, Deputy. I'm back.
Okay, you can continue.
I would like to thank my party first, IFP, to allow me to debate today, and then thank the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee in Health. Through her hard work and commitment, allowed this committee to fulfill the second core mandate of the legislature with due diligence. In our extensive oversight visit to a number of health institutions, a lot was discovered. But recently, we went through psychiatric healthcare facilities. If I were to stop, because all have been said by the previous speakers, I would just sum it up as saying it was shocking, embarrassing, and unacceptable. But today I said I'm not going to go through all that we saw, like infrastructure and everything. I would like you, Deputy Speaker, to allow me just to stick to staff shortage. Because when we talk about staff shortage, we are talking about the core of the problems that we have in all the health institutions. The problem cuts across institutions,
But when it comes to psychiatric healthcare users, shortage of specialized and critical care staff poses a great threat to the existing staff and clients that we claim to love. For the very virtue of being called specialized facilities, there must be a special attention to details. Number one, intellectually disabled children who need everything to be done from them, from bathing, from feeding, from everything, they need staff. Secondly, the psychogeriatric patients who need specialized attention, they need staff. Thirdly, acute patients for admission, they need staff. And fourthly, the unpredictable forensic patients which are risk to either other patients or nurses. Clients who are medically discharged, but families and communities reject them. All they need staff because they end up staying in these institutions and overloading the institutions. Forensic clients are admitted under Section 42 of Mental Health Act and cannot be discharged without the approval of the courts. There's no time frame for them. Some stay for 3 years up to 20 years. You don't know what crime he committed. You don't know what is his mental state at the moment. They are supposed to be assessed by suitably qualified psychiatrists, which are not there. Nurses live with these clients who have committed heinous crimes. There is a total desynchronization between the Mental Health Act and the Criminal Procedures Act. Nurses are compelled to render care and services to the hardened criminals with little or no assistance due to lack of skilled staff and clear policies surrounding the handling of patients of such nature. There's a shortage of chief psychiatrists, shortage of psychiatrists, ordinary psychiatrists in general, shortage of psychologists, medical officers, advanced psychiatric nurses, general nurses, occupational therapists, social workers, and security personnel, in such that in other institutions you don't even find a security or a CCV that is constant to monitor these patients. In other institutions, CEO, chief psychiatric monitoring and evaluation managers are acting. For how long? Who is the department waiting for? These institutions are underfunded. No one understands the department formula of calculating. Case in point, Umzimkhulu Psychiatric Hospital, where 18 million rand was cut from the budget, despite all the problems they encounter. There is a shortage of specialized and critical nurses. As I've mentioned, physiotherapists, clinical psychologists, and administrative support staff, and they are told that these posts are non-exempted and they are classified as non-critical. As per Head Office Circular HR 1 number 18 of 2013, therefore cannot be filled eventually with, which will lead to the brain drain. Most of the people go to other provinces and they even go overseas because they are not well placed in KZN. At Inkosi Albert Lutuli alone, our so-called central hospital with a specialty, between April and December 2021, they had 94 resignations and high volume of absenteeism because of the burnout of the nurses. Medical legal claims were 1.5 million in January alone because of this burnout. We are stuck and we cannot move forward without adequate staff. Due to the moratorium in place, as per Head Office HRM Circular 1 of 2022, the above-mentioned staff shortage will never be solved, whereas the province is experiencing a high rise in socio-economic situations and experiencing increase in the psychiatric patients and depression. Years of abantu bayibulala left and right and center because of depression. Deputy Speaker, I would have liked to talk about the state-funded facilities and infrastructure, but that is a topic for another day. But today, I wanted to highlight the plight of the healthcare workers and the impact of the moratorium in the service delivery in these institutions. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker,
the IFP would like to make a proposal that due to the intensity and the vastness of the health community, now nje Deputy Speaker unkosikazi wako uqale ngakazi ukuthi uzoba nengane aqale lapho. So umuntu nje uphila ngo-health kusukela engakazalwa zazalwa. Due to this intensity, siyoncenga. So IFP ukuthi health akakabe ne-second HOD ezodila specifically with the psychiatric patients because they're grossly neglected. And thirdly, or secondly, have discussions with the National Department of Justice and Correctional Services to allocate their own staff to monitor and evaluate their forensic clients, including transfer of funds from their budget. And lastly, to look at the issue of cost regarding cross-provincial admissions. In Mzimkhulu, Deputy Speaker, out of 92 cases in Mzimkhulu, only 5 were from KZN. That tells you that Tina Sikokintela esebenza kwenye province. So nalokho kufanele kuxoxiswane kubonakale ngakho. Nanokuthi kufanele ngelilanga sivume ukuthi ezinye izinto nakuba siyithanda siyipolitiki singayithathi ngepolitiki. Ngeke ngisuke nje mina la ngihambe ngiyorepresenta umeyi wenkantolo ngoba nakho ngaye esikoleni ngithi ngummeli. No, you have to start a specific field ukuze ube khona. La kudlalwa ngo-MEC kuthiwa akaphathe iscope esikhulu kangaka saka health engakazi aze ngibe ngisho i-domestic yase-clinic. Good, educated, legally, everything. But i-health ifuna umuntu ofundele yona ngo. So aphila ke IFP ku premier ukuthi akabukisise lolo hlangothi. Ngiyathokoza Deputy Speaker.
Asibonge sidlulele phambili kwesikhulumi se-DA Honorable R Verana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Through the course of the COVID-19 pandemic, we realized the importance of mental health wellness and that this mental well-being is fragile. We also realized that mental health is a sector of the health system that is not prioritized and is often unrecognized. The KZN Department of Health has many issues that grab the time and efforts of the Portfolio Committee, such as understaffing, infrastructure, increasing neonatal and maternal mortality. Thus, I would like to thank the chairperson for placing mental health care on the committee's agenda and for organizing these oversight visits. Sadly, the degradation and the issues that are found in other health programs are also found in mental health care services at both district hospitals and at specialized facilities. The Health Portfolio Committee conducted oversight visits to Northdale Hospital, Townhill, Fort Napier, King Dinizulu, Pixley Kaseme Hospital, Madadeni, and Mzimkhulu Psychiatric Hospital. The committee found issues at most of these facilities in rendering proper mental health care services to patients. The situation at Northdale Hospital epitomizes the status of mental services or psychiatric services at district hospitals across KZN. According to the Mental Health Care Act, district hospitals must provide a 72-hour observation period for any patient admitted with a possible mental health problem. Once the medical condition has been ruled out, they should then be transferred to a specialized psychiatric ward for continuing care. However, due to the immense waiting lists, patients remain at district hospitals like Northdale. At the time of our oversight visits, there were 19 patients awaiting transfer. This not only places pressure on beds and staff, but on other services that are offered at the hospital. Northdale Hospital was fortunate because due to its proximity to Town Hill, there was at least some psychiatry outreach. Other district hospitals in KZN are not so lucky. There's a lack of coordination and planning and monitoring within this program. Hundreds of millions of rands were spent on the new 54-bedded state-of-the-art facility at King Dinizulu Hospital. But this remains unused, all due to the non-allocation of funds to employ the required staff. There was no thought by the department to ring-fence the funds for compensation of employees for when this facility was approved for construction. This is incredibly poor planning bordering on negligence. This, as many patients across eThekwini and Ngungundlovu await transfer. I mean, Town Hill Hospital itself had a 96-patient waiting list when we conducted our oversight, except the state-of-the-art mental health care facility at King Dinizulu sits as a vaccination site. The situation at Mzimkhulu Psychiatric Hospital is serious. During our oversight visit, the committee witnessed severe infrastructure neglect, especially to the outer buildings and workshop, a broken transformer that forced the hospital to run its generator 24/7, the lack of basic maintenance in wards, the lack of sufficient security guards, and the most severe is that the fence surrounding the hospital had deteriorated to such an extent that the community cattle was using the hospital grounds as their pasture. The most severe finding was the lack of security at the gate, especially in the forensic ward. Now, these are patients who may have conducted heinous crimes, yet their facility is open. What is most shocking from the department side is in the days after the committee's visit, the department was able to rectify some of these issues, such as a provincial infrastructure team was there to fix to analyze the fence, and the transformer was replaced. Our question is, why does it have to take a committee oversight visit to get the department to do its job? The department has managers, the department has officials that are supposed to do it, yet they just don't care.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker.
Now let's receive the speaker from EFF, Honorable Saja.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, officials, and guests, receive my revolutionary greetings to you all. Health Committee has conducted oversight visit to psychiatric hospitals, and EFF was not happy about what we have seen. After so many years of this government in power, and which was believed it brought democracy to our people, the situation in these hospitals is terrible. No one would like their families to live under those unbecoming conditions. Embizweni, which is Mzimkhulu Psychiatry Hospital, department needs to upgrade the infrastructure and strengthen the security. Health workers are at risk because their safety is not taken care of. There are dangerous people who are kept there waiting for forensic observation, and there is not enough security. Cameras are working, but there's no personnel to monitor them. There is a serious shortage of personnel. There aren't enough doctors, more especially psychiatrists, and one wonders as to who is performing a psychiatrist's duties. There is a poor working relationship between the hospital and the district, which worsen things and the situation there. Noting the budget cuts due to economic turmoil that we're going through as the country, however, it is important for this government to prioritize the issue of mental health, and that is done and can be seen through prioritization and allocation of proper budget address issues of mental health, both in the mental health institution as well as in the community at large. Budget cuts have exacerbated the situation in the hospital. There's no hope that they can close those vacancies anytime soon, for there is no budget to pay those vacancies. There are some blocks which have no electricity, which denies the management to perform their duties properly. They can't even do laundry in the hospital. They transport their laundry to other hospitals, which also demands more money from other budget items. At Fort Napa, they also admit more people who are charged with different charges like rape, murder, assault, with grievance, with bodily harm. Nurses are not safe because they were not trained to look after such people. Government must build a safe place for such patients to be looked after by special trained to look those.
Honorable Surgeon, I think there is a member standing there, Honorable Kaluza.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on Rule 55. May we request that the Deputy Speaker look into the dress code of the Honorable member that is actually addressing the House. I do believe that it's inconsistent with the rules of how a member is supposed to dress. He is on a jean and khakis, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll look at that.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah. Nurses are not safe because they were not trained to look after such people. Government must build a safe place for such patients to be looked after by specially trained to look those convicts. Nurses and doctors should visit timelessly to perform their duties, but not to stay with them full time. Presently, those nurses and doctors' lives are at risk. Even their own families sometimes are not willing to be integrated with those patients because of the fear of their lives due to kinds of crimes they have committed. We risk waking up one day with the news that one of our nurses have been raped and or murdered by these convicts. It is only then that the government will start acting instead of preventing it from happening. They say prevention is better than cure. The issue of AMAFA with our infrastructure should not be ignored by our government. Arts and culture should take care of their buildings because they are a serious challenge to the management of these hospitals. When the building was built in 1828 and you expect it to be used normal at this time, these buildings are occupying space where we're supposed to build our new buildings, which will be able to accommodate number of patients that are admitted. These AMAFA buildings inside hospital sites are not revamped and are not cleaned. They are full of bushes all over, putting the lives of the staff members at risk as those bushes hide reptiles such as snakes. Town Hill Hospital have same challenges of staff shortage, and the department is failing them because filling those vacancies is not their duty as the hospital management. There is only one way to force this government to upgrade public institutions, and that is for all of us in this house, including government officials, to use the same public institutions as the public we are representing. Therefore, as the EFF, we are recommending that all public representatives, MPs, MPLs, councillors, officials, and their families must use public facilities, including taking their kids to schools and public hospitals. That will bring hope to the people who sent us here to represent them when we are using the same institutions they are using. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Surgeon. We are now moving to the Speaker from the ANC, Honorable E.V. Dube.
Please unmute.
Unmute, Honorable Dube.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very sorry. I want to greet you and thank you for the opportunity that you are giving me on behalf of the African National Congress. I want to greet the Premier and the Executive. One must appreciate the keen interest shown by our Chair in ensuring that we are visiting mental care institutions. We're able to get the first-hand information and we're able to interact with the personnel and even the patients to make sure that their conditions of stay are humane. We visited a couple of these hospitals as to get a true reflection. Maybe umuntu kufanele ayiqondise le yamabhilidi amadala ukuthi njengosihlalo waka Arts and Culture ngiyathatha isiqiniseko sokuthi ngiyakhulumisana namafa ukuthi babone ukuthi benze njani ngalamabhilidi amadala abonakala esivimbela ukuthi sisebenzise ama premises alezi ibhedlela sifuna ukuyisebenzisa ngendlela efanele. Angisho somlomo ukuthi kungijabulise kakhulu ukuthi udokotela uDlamuka okuyena obhekelela amafa ukube ngokusobala ukuthi i-department yethu uma ingaxoxisana nabo bayokwazi ukubanikeza ilungelo lokuthi lamabhilidi enziwe kabusha noma asuswe uma kubonakala ukuthi indlela ayekhiwe ngayo yayekhelwa abantu bakudala. Ngingabe ngenza iphutha ke kakhulu somlomo ukuthi ngingancomi kakhulukazi abaphathi balezi ibhedlela njoba sonke sikhala ngokuthi istaff asanele kodwa umsebenzi awenzayo ukunakekela abantu bethu uyancomeka kakhulu futhi ngiyafisa ukuthi sibashayile ihlombe njalo uma bewenza lo msebenzi wabo. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi ngiqondise le ehlali bekwa njalo ukuthi ungqongqoshe akanama qualifications okurun i-department. Ngihlale ngiyibuza nje ukuthi inkatha ngesikhathi saphethe yona bonke labantu abaqala besiphethe la KwaZulu-Natal babe wathathe ama qualifications. Mhlambe yikho nje ke owabuhulumeni wafeyila kodwa ANC uhulumeni awungeke ufeyile ngoba sisebenza kokubambisana kanye nabantu. I-Department of Health will do much and more better ezandleni zika MEC wethu ikakhulukazi uhlalo wethu ngendlela ne-interest ngayo ukubonelela ukuthi imali ezifakwa uhulumeni zisebenza ngendlela efanele. But angikusho at the same note hlalo ngaphambili ukuthi it's a worrisome factor ukuthi ngempela ibhedlela eziningi infrastructure yazo ayikho esimweni esifanele ikakhulukazi lezi ibhedlela esishilo ezinabantu abakhubazekile noma abalimele ngokwengqondo. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi infrastructure ekhona sisebenzisa indawo efana neFort Napier okoko indawo eyayakhelwa amasosha ngikholwa ukuthi kwakuyijele noma ke eFort Napier ama ward akhona alungiswe ngendlela efanele ukuthi abantu abakhubazeka ngengqondo bangakwazi ukuhlala kuwo. Kodwa kusikhathaza kakhulu ikakhulukazi esikubonile ukubekwa kwabantu abasuke bevela endaweni belethwe i-Department of Justice okubona abalethwa ngoba bezo-observe ukuthi emacaleni abawenza ngabe ukubulala imindeni yabo ngabe ukubulala izithandwa zabo ngabe ukubulala abantwana babo babephilile engqondweni. Sinakho ukuthi ukufika kwabo kulezi ibhedlela bahlala kakhulu bese kuba umsebenzi we-Department of Health ukubanakekela ingabe sabakhona i-Department of Justice ukubhekelela ukuthi bayayithola ibudget yokuthi banakekelwe njengoba behleli lapha. Angisho ukuthi ke one of the serious shortages of space elaphaya eMadadeni Hospital babeka ukuthi yenza kungasebenzeki ikakhulukazi kulabo abakounselayo nabahlola ngengqondo ngoba indawo abasebenzela kuyo incane kakhulu futhi bakubeka ukuthi esikhundleni sabantu abawu17 kusebenza kuphela mhlambe abantu abathi abawu8 ukuthi mangabe omunye wabo noma abanye babo bengekho bese kuba nenkinga kakhulu. Siyafisa ukuthi i-department ikubhekelele lokhu nokuthi at least i-support isinikeze so that istaff sabo sikwazi kuba sesimweni esifanele. We do understand that there are challenges in this institution because all these in some of them the patients that are brought for psychiatric observation are made to stay together nalabo bantu abasuke balethwe imindeni yabo ukuthi noma abazogcinwa kule ndawo imindeni yabo. Lokho bese kwenza ukuthi impilo yabo ibe semngozini bangakwazi ukuhlukaniseka labo abasuke belethwe ngenxa yesigigaba abasuke bezenzile nalabo abalethwe imindeni yabo. Enye ke into ebalekile yavela eFort Napier iyona indaba ukuthi baningi kakhulu abantu abasemakhaya noma baku-waiting list abalinde ukulethwa kulezi ibhedlela, and ukuhlala kwabo emphakathini kuyi-risk enkulu ukuthi behlele emphakathini bebe abantu abafanele ngabe baku-psychiatrist hospital. Ngiyafisa kakhulu ukuthi i-department yethu iqaphele ikunakekele lokho ukuthi kukhona usizo esilinikezayo. I always say that as African National Congress, we have a difficulty because we are driving a big ship. We are not driving a gondola. So kulula kwabanye abantu bezinye inhlangano ukukhuluma kalula nje ngoba mhlambe bona baphethe imkhandlu emncanyana futhi baphethe ama-department nje emkhandleni abo amancanyane kakhulu. Umsebenzi wethu owashiwa ubandlululo noma baye bengathandi isikusho lokho mukhulu kakhulu, futhi sisikhomethile njengo-African National Congress ukuthi sisazomelana nomsebenzi abantu bayasinika wona ukuguqula impilo zabo. Njobe shilo Honorable Gumede ukuthi i-Department of Health inakekela umuntu kusukela ekuzalweni kwakhe izimnakekele noma esedlulile emhlabeni. Lokho uma ungabheka izinga mpilo esikwenza ngalo njengo-African National Congress siyakwenza ngendlela emangalisayo. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi angeke safika ekugcineni nokwazi ukusiza ngenxa yokuthi imali sihlale yehliswe i-department yethu ingatholi isabelo semali ephelele. Ngiyafisa kakhulu ke ukuchallenge.
Thank you Honorable Dube.
Ngiyawubongela kakhulu African National Congress. Thank you.
We are now moving to the speaker from the NFP, Honorable Shinga.
Deputy Speaker, bese ngibingelelile. Njenge-NFP siyavumelana nokuthi izikhungo zokunakekela impilo yengqondo zibhekene nezinselelo ezinkulu ezisuka ekungabini khona kwamakhono anele, izinselelo zezinsiza nezinselelo zengqalasizinda, ukucwaswa. Singeyiphathe-ke inselelo yesikhwama esincane sesabelo imali yokuphathwa nokunakekelwa kwezempilo yengqondo. Kuyichilo nesihlava ukuthi kukhona abahlengikazi abangenako ukuqeqeshwa kulomkhakha wezengqondo okuthuthukile nokukhethekile, kodwa kulindeleke ukuthi bahlinzeke usizo kwabagulayo. Lokhu kwenza kube nzima kakhulu ukunakekela iziguli ezigula ngokwengqondo. Somlomo kuyinkinga enkulu ukungabikho kolwazi lokuphazamiseka kwengqondo emphakathini ngoba kudala ukucwaswa nokucwasa ngenxa yokushoda kolwazi, kugcina sekuba nzima nokuhlanganisa iziguli nemindeni kanye nomphakathi. Lokho kudala ukuthi iziguli zingahlali isikhathi eside ngaphandle kwezibhedlela, zibuyela ngokushesha ezikhungweni. Kuzodingeka umnyango wandise kakhulu ukubaluleka kwemikhankaso yokuqwashisa ngezemfundo kanye nemikhankaso yezempilo yengqondo emphakathini. Lokho kuzosiza kakhulu ekwehliseni umthwalo obhekene nezikhungo zezibhedlela zengqondo. Somlomo, njengoba nezinye izigceme zingenalo uhlelo lokungena komoya okufanele kanye nama-air conditioner, amawindi nezicabha ezifanele ukuvimba iziguli ezigula ngengqondo ukuthi zingaphumi zeqe ezikhungweni, amagumbi okuhlala anganele kanye nokunakekelwa kwengqalasizinda akwenziwa ngendlela efanele. Kuyadingeka Somlomo ukuthi umnyango wesifundazwe wandise isabelo mali ukuze kukwazeke ukubhekana nazo zonke lezi zidingo ezibhekene nezibhedlela zengqondo ezisesimweni esiphuthumayo. Ngiyavumelana nokuthi umnyango kumele ubeke eqhulwini isabelo mali.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Ngokubhansela ngelinye ilanga.
Hawu.
We now move to speaker from the minority front, Honorable Takarosh Bansi, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, mental health awareness needs holistic interventions from birth to death. Notwithstanding the department's attempts to create mental health wards in some hospitals and fully fledged mental hospitals in some areas, more dedicated planning is required through stakeholder engagement amongst the Department of Health, DSD, Department of Education, NGOs, SAPS, the Department of Justice, and the Health Portfolio Committee. This workshop is critical in order to designate one hospital per district for mental health care and clear roles for integrated management. Further classification needs to be along clinical disorders and self-induced behaviors like drug addiction. I want to thank our hardworking chairperson for the report, and her passion is unmatched. The matter of Mzimkhulu Psychiatric Hospital in Harigwala District needs resolutions. Of the 77 patients, 72 are from the Eastern Cape and 5 from KZN. They stay forever in the hospital and require a complement of 291 personnel. This is an untenable situation. To prevent litigation arising in KZN's mental health facilities, it is important to dedicate 2 centers of excellence for teaching. That is for mental health care. One is for serious mental health illnesses and the other for drug rehabilitation. Furthermore, more registrars need to be trained. The Department of Health needs to study quarterly performance reports of each of these facilities, and the Honourable ANC needs to report biannually to this Honourable House so that budgeting can evolve to promote alternate mental health care strategies across government programs. The need to invest in telemedicine currently in light of the lack of registrars must become a separate line item.
Thank you.
Have to be resolved at MINMAC level. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are moving to the speaker from ATM. It is reported here, Honorable S.C. Manele will speak on behalf of Honorable Pagat. Okay. Let's move on. Now we are moving to the speaker from the ANC, Honorable J.N. Tele. Honorable J.N. Tele.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Am I audible, Speaker? Speaker.
Umnyama ngazi ukuthi kuyiphi poll.
Ngivulile kodwa.
Kumnyama khuce.
Kwenziwa njani ke mekunjalo? Ngivulile kodwa.
Yeah, it's still invisible.
But my video is on, Speaker.
See that?
My hands, that is dark.
You must see yourself.
I can't see myself.
Had to continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members, members of other portfolio committee who have worked closely with the Health Committee during respective oversight visits can attest, as they have witnessed, that when multidisciplinary team is formed, it allows our patients to receive collaborative support from a wide range of sectors. Example, Department of Social Development, Department of Education and Quality of Life. This ensures that patients are given access to the best possible treatment of options, expedites referral processes as it creates improved ways for service implementation, consequently improving productivity, considering that prior decision materialized without complete information. Allow me to take this House through some of our concerns during the oversight oversight, such as the inadequate numbers of social workers. Hence, we as the ANC resolve that the Department of Social Development, together with health, must devise a strategy to increase the number of social workers in the facility. Another worrying factor was registered was that there are school-going children admitted in the CAU ward, and during admission they are not continue with their lessons. Sifisa ukhomba department to have mandates that the hospital management, together with the Department of Education, must devise a strategy to ensure that learners get continuous education besafika esibhedlela ukuze bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke nokufunda. Sifisa ukuveza futhi ukuthi oblanket abasetshenziswa kulezi ibhedlela abasakulungela ukuthi bangasetshenziswa abantu, ngoba isimo sabo kumele ukuthi sishintshwe ngoba nabo kusabantu laba abahlala kulezi indawo. Again, we want to sharply raise the importance of King Denise Zulu commissioning as a need due to high numbers of patient kept in for 72 hours in hospital that are not psychiatric hospital. Honorable Speaker, during our numerous significant oversight visits in our province, we considered it necessary that commissioning of King Denise Zulu is a necessity due to high number of patients kept in for 72 hours in medical institutions that are not psychiatric hospital. As it should be noted that the newly built psychiatric unit has a total number of 98 beds, and the motivation behind the extension of the institution emanating from the need to have more beds in eThekwini, as this institution accepts all referral from eThekwini districts. This institution offers district and specialized psychiatric services for eThekwini, especially follow-up, post-discharge, continuation of care monitoring, relapse and continuous health education for outpatient services, and admission of voluntary assisted involuntary mental health care users, and 72 hours observation for inpatients. Honorable Speaker, there has been increasing acknowledgement of mental health and the reduction of stigma, which is commendable. However, that the gap between patients needing care and those with access remains. Similarly, the following challenges should be recognized: the increase in mental health healthcare services, demand in the district staffing for the new phase 2 psychiatric unit, and the partially completed Ward C for the mental health care unit. Honorable Speaker, the RSA Constitution of 1996, as Section 9 of 3, prohibits against the unfair discrimination of people with mental health, and is Section 10 emphasizes on human dignity. The ANC government provides for care, treatment, and rehabilitation, and people who are mentally ill as enacted in the long title of Mental Health Care Act. Somlomo, in conclusion, as the African National Congress, we pride ourselves with the task that committee has embarked on in exercising its oversight role. The Department of Health during these difficult times our province has been confronted with, and we further want to appreciate the leadership of the MEC, her team, for rising above the challenges faced and ensure that all priority is provided for the most vulnerable with the limited resources at its disposal. I thank you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
This is Mthwalo.
On Rule 5711A, Speaker, point of order. When the Honorable Dlamini of the EFF had the same problem that Honorable Kele had, Honorable Dlamini was not allowed to continue, Speaker, just an observation. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, the problem are not the same. Honorable Dlamini was struggling with using the gadget. Here there was a technical problem. Okay, we are now going to move to ACDP. Honorable Mangaila for 2 minutes.
Somlomo sir. I-ACDP iyalibona usizi olukhona kulomnyango. Kodwa umbuzo esinawo omkhulu ukuthi kwenziwa kanjani ngalabo bantu abanokugula okunje esiphambana nabo emgwaqweni insuku zonke nasemarenke abanye emphakathini esihlala kubo. Uma uthi uyakhuluma nabaphoyisa athi amaphoyisa asababambi bona. Uthi uyakhuluma namaklinikhi ethi amaklinikhi hamba ubabambe wena ubalethe la. Uyibuza umbuzo uthi uzolibamba kanjani uhlanye. Ulihambise lapha mali kuphendukela lizokwenza njani. Kodwa iqiniso ukuthi laba bantu basanga ama-members ethu omphakathi badinga ukwakhiwa bebuyele nabo bephile impilo efanayo. Yini-ke esingayenza njengamalunga ephalamende noma njengendlu yonke ukuthi labantu besizakale. Kukhona nabanye abantu bethu oyuthola ukuthi bayazama ukusizwa basizwa mhlambe ngabalaphi bendabuko. Umbuzo enginawo ukuthi lo mnyango uxhumana kangakanani nabalaphi bendabuko ukubona labo bantu nabo bayasizakala kuseyisikhathi. Nabalaphi bendabuko basuke bezama nabo ukuthi bezame ngolwazi lwabo. Kodwa kuhle phela luxhumane ukuze laba bantu besizakale kuseyisikhathi umonakalo ungaze ube mkhulu. Ngaleyo ndlela ke Somlomo ngeke sikwazi ukuthi lesifo sidlondlobale kuze kuyofika lapho umuntu ephelelwa khona yithemba. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Asibonge bamfundisi. Honorable Virana from DA, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To highlight again the situation at Mzimkhulu Hospital as to why did it have to take an oversight committee to fix problems that have been ongoing in that hospital for years. Why did it have to take a committee oversight visit to ensure that 18 million rand so-called accounting irregularity is corrected, where 18 million rand was reduced from the hospital COE monitoring? It just comes down to lack of monitoring and lack of care. And it starts right the way up at the MEC. Because I took up the MEC's call at her last budget debate, where she asked if there are any issues in the hospital, raise it with her. There was an issue at Town Hill Hospital where there was rumors of an E. coli outbreak in the hospital as well as Msunduzi in general. However, instead of investigating and taking the matter up with the municipality, she fobbed the matter off to for me to contact Cocta instead. If she as a MEC cared, she would have followed up herself in such a case of contamination. But it starts at the top. That is why officials have the same attitude. But fortunately, that rumor turned out to be false. Sadly, the problem in the Department of Health is that it currently works in silos. Mental health care treatment requires a multidisciplinary approach. It requires especially the assistance of the Department of Social Development in access into substance abuse rehabilitation facilities, collaborations with social workers where the department doesn't have social workers due to the moratorium, and family reunification and community reunification processes upon discharge. Additionally, Umzimkhulu Hospital has not had a permanent psychiatrist for the past 6 years. And the main problem identified by the hospital itself isn't even health related. They have found through their numerous recruitment attempts that the main reason why a specialized psychiatrist cannot be sourced for the hospital is the lack of electricity, water, and other municipal services in the municipality. It is urgent that the MEC engage with the MEC of Cocta to ensure that municipalities are well run, because we will not be able to recruit specialized skills that are needed without the cooperation of health and Cocta. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Verwana. We are now going to receive a debate from the ANC, Honorable S.M. Sonjika.
Mina ngibuendala. Ngiyaxolisa somlo.
Hayi, ziyenzeka into enje.
Shutha banginikanga ukusha sekela somlomo ngibingelele kuNankulu ngibingelele kubahlonishwa. As the head portfolio committee, we conducted this oversight during the last quarter of the previous financial year. This has been done after having a stakeholder meeting where the department was outlining the departmental budget for 2022-23. This was done together with the annual performance plan, as the committee mandated with the responsibility to oversight the Department of Health. We decided to deal specifically with the mental health institutions. The main purpose was to check the alignment of the APP and the budget with the availability of human resources, equipment, funds in the provision of mental health services. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to state frankly from the onset that there is an urgent need to transition the mental health policy to meet the ideal situations. In this period of time, we do not think it is fair that such a program will be seen as an after effect, instead of being proactive in awareness, in prevention and placing of measures to help those in need now and in the future. I'm saying this because the UNICEF 2021 polled report points to some 65% of young people with mental health issues did not seek help. More than a quarter of respondents didn't think their mental health problems were serious enough to seek support, while 20% did not know where to get help and 18% were afraid of what people would think. Increased poverty and lack of hope for the future top the reasons given for children and younger people's anxiety, showing shift from violence as lead reason in similar poll 6 months ago. Now, with this kind of highlighted challenges above, those oversights were guided by norms and standards regarding the provision of services as laid down by Mental Health Act 17 of 2002. In relation to this, our focus was on staffing norms guiding architectural structure of wards, as well as security, which are pertinent to both clinical and governance outputs for patients and operatives on site. I tend to deal with hospitals called forensic hospitals, of which our province has 3, namely Umzimkhulu, Matata, and Fort Napier. Out of these hospitals, it is only Fort Napier Hospital that provides an observation phase of all criminal-related patients, as referred by Justice Sector. Forensic psychiatric services exist at an interface between mental health and criminal justice system sector. In terms of Chapter 13 of the Criminal Procedures Act 51 of 1977, Section 78, 2. The justice sector identifies those who have mental health problems, and they are assessed in the mental health setting, and formal reports are provided. The management of the state patients refers to people who have committed an offense and who have been found unfit to stand trial or not criminally responsible because of mental illness. And mental illness prisoners, respectively, is guided by Chapters 6 and 7 of Mental Health Care Act number 7 of 2007. Further to that, the Department of Correctional Services identifies prisoners who may require mental health assessment and treatment in terms of Correctional Services Act. And then it becomes the responsibility of the Department of Health to provide service to the prisoners. Although I'm not going to be exhaustive in my approach, it is worth mentioning that Umzimkhulu is a cause for concern. It seems to have been without a long-term care policy for the management of state patients and mental ill prisoners, which has led to integration of these patients into non-forensic services. Hospital and accredited community-based organizations. Not only that, our visit exposed an inadequate number of security, such that there were areas that were not covered by security. The forensic ward and CCTV room, forensic ward were not suitable for this purpose. Just to mention a few. Problem on site, however, the most troublesome issue is the accommodation of acute, subacute, medium security, and final low security are all packed together, which is at high risk to nursing staff, doctors, and general workers, even to patients themselves. This is pointing to weak systems and compliance with mental health care standards, which are very critical to the governance of mental patients. It seems that this hospital suffers from border issues, which were also raised by the MEC, and the committee knows these challenges for its own interventions. There's evidence supports that UNICEF report outcomes because this program can only function better when institutions like Fort Napier, Umzimkhulu are resourced with necessary skills set to address mental health issues in these forensic institutions and other areas. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think on behalf of the ANC, I want to emphasize our commitment to a mooted plan to meet our sister head portfolio committee in the Eastern Cape to discuss border issues impacting on mental health services in KZN and continue to oversight the department with increase zero on this area. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Sonjika. Now let's get a response from Honorable Machola, Chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee.
Thank you. Good day. Let me acknowledge the good work that has been done by honorable members in this debate. The issues that they have raised are depicting the true picture of what we have seen in these institutions. But I just want to make it clear that when we are talking of mental health We are talking of something that mental health institutions. We are talking of the institutions that we have inherited from the apartheid era. If we want to see the response of this government to the architectural structures of our institutions that are talking to the norms and standards of the Mental Health Act, you go to King Dinizulu, you will see that each and every ward there, it is in compliance with the norms and standards. You go to Pixley. When you are in Pixley, I don't care whether you go to which area abroad, you won't be in a position to see that type of a hospital that is responding to the high number of the mental health patients. When we are talking of the staffing issue, yes, it is a problem. And when it comes to the issue of the moratorium that came during our visit, it has been explained by the department that at that particular time before the end of the financial year, their projection, it was only 4 billion. It was 4 billion. And yet, according to Treasury was only having 2 billion. Then it made it difficult for the department to come and mitigate the situation, hence that moratorium. That explanation during our portfolio committee meeting, it was enough in addressing our concerns. As the committee, we said, it's fine, as we will be doing our follow-ups, it's in currently, we will be monitoring that. Coming to the issue of Ubabu Mangnele, the issue of the THPs, yes, there is a relationship between Department of Health and the traditional health practitioners. It is governed by the Act 22 of 2007. So in that collaboration, as far as the issue of the traditional health practitioners, and that referral, it has been launched by our current deputy minister now, Honorable Sibongiseni Dlomo. It was launched in Newcastle. Then, when we are talking of the issue, I would say the issue of the high number, the high level of I would say we are faced with a situation of the high number of crime, the high number of drug abuse, the high number of GBV. All those issues, they are the determinants of mental health. If the budget, when we are talking of health, it can be really be based on the health determinants, considering all the programs. When we are all the programs, be it communicable diseases or non-communicable diseases. Currently, the situation we are faced with, the budget that is being given to the department, it is far below than meeting the situations. As we know that currently, the pandemic that we had under COVID-19, as well as the disaster now, look at a person who had so long and said, are you going to get that to that person? Then when those people are flooded in these institutions, how is the department going to respond in that situation? So we have seen as this committee a dire need of making sure that the budget is any other department compared to any other department. Like the issue of when we are saying we have got these essential services that are needed. You cannot take a person who is coming to a health institution in a dirty. In fact, we start by the security in an insecure place, and then you come inside with a dirty area, and then you don't have all the. Thank you.
Thanks, Wage. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the debate and the end of today's business. Thank you, everybody for a successful session of today. We are now adjourning this sitting synod.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy
Siyabonga,
Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.
Sawubona mfundisi uDube Bishop.